The chair will be taking a break at 12:30, if anybody's watching the clock. And there may be a break in between now and 12:30 if needed by my colleagues. So the first order of business is approval or disapproval of the candidates advancing to interview stage for the initial Santan Valley Town Council. As identified through the Board of Supervisors selection process, the following 14 names have been recommended to proceed to the interview before the Board of Supervisors. So I do have to have a motion and a second on this to accept the names, and I believe we've had one person withdraw, and I believe that needs to be in the motion. Larry Harmon. So, can I get a motion from one of you?
Mr. Chair, if I turn my mic on, I guess I could do that. Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we approve the names listed as presented, minus Larry Harmer, who withdrew his application, and then the board will make the final decision on Wednesday, September 17th.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say nay. Ayes have it. So we're underway. The selection process, it looks like Hudgins, Taylor Hudgins is the first.
Tyler.
Tyler? What did I say? Tyler, I'm sorry. I believe that's all I had to talk about this morning. Tyler.
Morning, Tyler.
Good morning. How are you? Okay, there is a 3-minute limit on every question, so and you certainly don't need to use the whole 3 minutes. And we'll start out with the first question. Where do you anticipate your revenues coming from?
Yeah, so thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Our initial revenues that we'd be looking at are going to be coming from state shared revenue. And so the 4 buckets that we collect taxes that go to the state and then are distributed to all the municipalities. Thankful to incorporation, now those dollars will be coming to Santan Valley. And so those will be the initial dollars that would be coming in that the town would have the ability to work with to start making some short-term decisions for the town in this first year.
Okay. Mike?
You bet. Tyler, I'm glad you're here. But knowing that revenues will be limited to begin with, knowing that they're limited because of where they're going to come from, where would you prioritize, I have to work at that word, prioritize your expenditures?
Yeah, so the priorities that we'd have to look at are the essential required roles that we're going to need with the town. So we're going to have to hire a town manager, a town clerk. We're going to have to start doing some foundational things like getting a location where residents can be able to come and visit their local government, where they can meet with the town clerk. So we're going to have to find space that we can meet in for our town council meetings and for staff that we initially hire. And so those dollars would be used to get that stuff going. As well as with a location, we're going to be needing essential things like desks, computer equipment, all those things that would have to be purchased in order to get staff equipped to be able to meet the needs of the community. And so those would be the initial things that the town would be required to pay for. So town manager, a clerk, attorney, insurance, those sort of things, and then required stuff for our location.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Supervisor 30?
So, Steve, I don't see any need yet, but if any of us have follow-up questions, how would that work?
You can just ask. You can ask to either explain or, expand on their answer.
Okay.
You're allowed that.
Please describe how your experience, career, civic activities, volunteering, et cetera, makes you best qualified to serve on the inaugural council for the town of Santan Valley.
So my whole story has been engaging locally. When I was 10 years old, September 11th happened. That was the first day that I realized that there was a bigger world outside being a child that was carefree, enjoying the world. I was asking questions, what are the Twin Towers, who's Al-Qaeda, and why would people do something so evil? And so for me at a young age, it planted a seed that I knew when I got older, I wanted to ask big questions about the world around me. And that's what I've done through my as I've grown up and engaged in the town of Gilbert, asking questions about why things are the way that they are, and then getting engaged. I had a small business in downtown Gilbert. I didn't want to be a business owner just consuming from the benefits of downtown Gilbert, so I got involved on the redevelopment commission for downtown Gilbert, and so I served as the chairman of that. I have experience leading a group of people on a commission, as well as managing meetings and working with staff. I helped write the 10-year redevelopment plan for downtown Gilbert from 2018 to 2028. And so I have experience in working with consultants to draft together a plan to be able to look at the future of an area, as well as working on the incorporation committee. I was the chairman of the incorporation committee. And so for me, I have been involved in this for the last 2.5 years. I have been sprinting to see that this area becomes incorporated through that desire to answer some of the big questions of why is our community the way it is, and then how to serve into that. You're going to need a town council in this first year that is already prepared to run. On day one, hour one, I will be running already because I've been doing it for the last 2.5 years. I've had hundreds of conversations with residents in Santan Valley, hearing their concerns as we got petition signatures, as we were engaging voters. And then I've been talking about these issues over and over and over again, over 20 informational sessions that we did in the community. And so on day one, I'm prepared to be able to start moving forward, especially when we have such a tight timeline in this first year, to really move this town forward. There's going to be a lot of pressure on this council to get a lot of things in place. We are a large community, 100,000 residents, and there's going to be a lot that needs to be done. And so I'm somebody with my experience in local government from the Redevelopment Commission, as well as serving on the Incorporation Committee, as someone who is prepared and has the experience necessary for this council to move the ball forward in this first year.
And what is your occupation now?
So pastoral resident, so I lead a young adult ministry, 18 to 30-year-olds, and so I've engaged with students and young adults.
How do you get paid for that?
So the church pays me, so I have a salary, so on staff at the church.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I see me up here. You answered this question. I mean, what the goals and expectations, for this office, it's short term. It's only like 8 months, really. Mm-hmm. And did you say you were planning to run?
I would be praying about that, sir.
Okay, I thought I heard that a minute ago. But so in the first week or the first month, you pretty much said what you're going to do.
Yes.
Exactly. So with that, then, okay, so you're going to work with all these different people. So I'm going to change the question just a little bit. You're working with people with different ideas in a large group, different styles of leadership. How would you work to find consensus with that group? Because you're going to have a lot of hard decisions right up front.
Yeah.
How would you do that?
So the way I always approach things is to be very diplomatic and collaborative. As we engage the incorporation committee, one thing we were not trying to be was combative with each other as a committee. We wanted to be a unified team and to come together. One thing that we said, if anybody has an ego on this and it's about them, they're not going to be a part of what we're doing. And so we determined at the outset, hey, we're going to work together and be unified because this is bigger than us. This is about 100,000 residents. I would take that same approach coming into the council. How do we put the interests of this community first? Because for far too long, the residents of Santan Valley have been overlooked. We need to do what's in the best interest of this community. And so I would work with the fellow council members to be diplomatic, to be collaborative, to find consensus, and to rally together for the betterment of the community. I think I have a proven track record of doing that. with the way that we engage local cities and towns around us. We met with 7 different cities and towns around us as the incorporation committee, saying, hey, even though we don't have to meet with you, we want to, because we want to be a good neighbor with the municipalities around us. We want to be collaborative. And so that's something that we did in the incorporation committee, and that I would want to see continued on this town council, to be a collaborative and team that's unified for the betterment of this community.
Thank you.
Morning, Tyler.
Good morning.
What makes for good government management and direction?
Yeah, so good government management and direction. And so the way we would probably have this council would be to have a town manager that would act as essentially like a CEO directing the staff. And so for us as the town council to be making the policy decisions, empowering a town manager that has the ability to prioritize how can we set up these departments and get them in place and have the essential services that are needed. And then how can we make sure that we're managing all these services and priorities. Thankfully, the county will continue to manage services until July 1, 2026. So our responsibility in this first year will be getting all the things in place and the processes in place and the procedures and the staff members in place, so that when things are handed off to you guys, from you guys to us, that we can prepare to run with the ball out the gate.
So just to follow up, where would you go and get your town manager?
So there's options like that. There are organizations that are private-public partnerships that we could reach out to that have staffing in place where they could, on an interim basis, fill the needs that we have as we start to do the search. So there's a possibility that we can have an interim organization that could step in. We could have an interim town manager that would step in while we're doing a search for our town council or town manager that we would have in place. And so we would start to do that. I've had conversations with Patrick Banger at the town of Gilbert, who's part of a town manager organization, the national organization, who he has stated that he'd be willing to help us in some of that process and connecting with some town managers and to figure out how we can get the right individual in place.
Thank you.
How do you plan on communicating with the residents? I mean, you've mentioned you got 100,000 people out there and really no equipment, but so how do you think you're going to be able to approach that?
Yeah, I think one of the things that I would like to see is to have some citizen committees that would be put into place and to start to empower residents to be able to be engaged in the process early. I think there's immense value in bringing citizens to the table. If they're involved in what we're doing, they're going to be connected into the neighborhoods and in the community where they can start to share about the things that they're seeing and the ways that they're engaged with that. So I think that would be a first step, is doing a call to the public, saying, hey, we've established a citizens budget committee or a citizens engagement committee or whatever they might be, and put those in place. Interview candidates for those citizens committees, because they're essential as we're starting this town to have the public's voice in this process, and then to empower them as leaders in our community who can then influence other peoples in our community. I think that's one thing. I think obviously online communication is essential to be able to get out the word to the public through a newsletter and through a website and through any other means of communication on social media to let the public know, hey, here's what's going on. We want you involved. I think having a survey that gets put out, I think will be helpful for the residents to be able to respond to a survey. What do they want in their leadership and in their town and that sort of thing. And then also I think as members of the council, we have an important role to play as representatives to be getting knee to knee with residents in the community, one-on-one, getting coffees, engaging with them, really knowing the people that we represent, not to be leaders who are distant, but we're leaders that get at the table and sit down with people and we engage with them. Because if we're going to be their representatives, we need to know these people, we need to know what they desire, and then we also need to be communicating with them and letting them know. And so that would be a way we'd do that. On the incorporation committee, I think we did a good job of doing that, of working through the media, having a good media contact list and inviting them to the things that we're doing so that they could promote that online. We got a lot of positive media hits as a result of that. and then also through our newsletter list, and getting people to sign up for that will be essential.
Okay, thank you. How would you work collaboratively? How would you work together with Pinal County and other jurisdictions around?
Yeah, so I think my experience in the incorporation committee is an example of the way I've been collaborative with the county. As we've moved forward through this incorporation process, there were a lot of moments of having to collaborate with the county on different things, as well as the state land department. We had an issue within our map where the state land department wanted some of the state lands removed out of their map. And so I engaged with those officials of the state land department, going down to the city of Phoenix, meeting with them and communicating about the needs of why this mattered, that we had some of these state lands in there. We were able to come to a deal to set up our map in the best way possible. I have those relationships in place. The state land department has already stated they're willing to work with us on some of the outlying state lands that are around our map boundaries. And so as that moves forward, I can collaborate because of my existing relationships with them to get that done. That was not an easy process. That was months and months and months of diplomacy and conversations and engaging on that topic. And then as well as I stated earlier, the cities and towns around us. I have engaged Queen Creek, for example. I view them as an important regional partner that we're going to have to address transportation issues. And so as we've engaged with them, it's been a collaborative engagement, as well as other cities and towns around us. And part of my letters of recommendation that you guys would have received was support from the mayor of Queen Creek, the mayor of Gilbert, the mayor of Chandler. I've engaged a lot of the elected officials in Mesa, Apache Junction, Florence, and have some of those relationships already. And so I think bringing that to the table, again, with 1 year to really get this thing moving, somebody who has those relationships in place now, who can start out the gate to start to engage those relationships as needed.
So during that process, I'm sure there was some conflicts that arose.
Yeah.
How did you work through that?
Yeah, so...
For example, the State Land Department. I mean, you spent a lot of time there, but give some details of how you helped work through some of the conflicts you had there.
Yeah, so we leaned into those conversations, the State Land Department.
What does that mean?
So the way we leaned in is we started reaching out to them and saying, hey, we're not going to just give up all these state lands. These are essential to our map and in holding the integrity of it. If we remove those state lands out of this map, we're going to have gaping holes in this map. And we can't go forward with an incorporation without these lands, because commercial is essential for the vitality of this community. And so, one, saying, hey, this is what we're willing to accept or not accept. But then engaging through a lot of letters. We had a lot of letters back and forth that our attorney drafted up, that I worked with to craft that language. And then requesting a meeting, going down to the city of Phoenix, sitting there, and then saying, hey, this is what we need. This is why we think we can have these state lands in our map, these pieces. We're willing to give these up, but we need these two major pieces that are in our map. And then working with our attorney to make sure that happens. That didn't look like it was going to go through, but it only went through because of our persistence and our willing to engage and to keep going to the table and to say, we really need this. This is essential for this thing to succeed. We've never been interested in getting incorporation done for the sake of incorporating Santan Valley. We wanted to do it the right way and to make sure that the future leaders of Santan Valley are set up for success, which meant when we needed to draw the line in the sand and engage, we did, and we got what was needed so that this first town council can be set up for success and future councils can be set up for success.
Okay, thank you.
Describe what you expect the time commitment to be for this role.
I expect it to be a lot of work. We're talking about a community of 100,000 people, a community that should have been incorporated 15 years ago. The county has done the best it can underneath the circumstances. There's going to be a lot that's needed. For sure, there's going to be weekly meetings that can go anywhere from 2 to 5, maybe more hours, depending on what's on the agenda. but I don't look at this role as doing the minimum qualifications of just attending those meetings. I look at this as being a representative, engaged in the community and knowing what's going on. And so getting out to community events, looking at organizations that want to benefit this area, engaging relationships such as Rural Metro and EPCOR. There's going to be, Rural Metro wants to pursue a contract in the future, developing relationships with them, developing relationships with other organizations. There's going to be organizations like MAG that to be able to participate in that, or PAG. And so the economic development side is going to be essential. Making sure that we're attracting the development that we need to develop the tax base that is essential for Santan Valley's success. So I don't view it as just, hey, I'm going to go attend meetings, get to be able to speak my piece and vote on positions. It's more than that. It's having to be a person that is known by the community and can be a leader of the community.
Thanks.
Back to me. So let's see. So as an elected official, what does integrity mean to you?
Integrity is somebody who's willing to do something that's the right thing, even when nobody's looking. And as a man of faith, I take integrity very seriously, that the person that we are in public should also be the person that we are in private, that we should be who we are. And I feel like integrity is essential because who you are on the inside is going to come out, and it's going to affect the things that you're involved in. And so making sure that you have integrity is essential in this process.
Thank you.
If selected, who would you have the authority to hire or fire?
So if selected, we'd have the authority to hire a town manager, hire a town clerk, hire a town attorney or an organization of attorneys that could work with us to get those required positions in place would be the initial ones that I would say.
Thank you.
All right, Tyler, I think that covers all the questions.
Is there anything you want to add, if that's okay?
Yeah.
Anything you'd like to add?
Yeah, I think my experience as a small business owner is going to be essential in this. When you get into business because you're really good at this one thing. And you realize very quickly, once you start running the business, you're doing everything else. You're doing the financial, you're doing the taking out the trash, You're doing all those things in the early days. And I'm looking at this first year because we're going to be a very lean and mean organization as state revenue dollars are going to take a bit to come in. We're all going to have to wear a lot of hats, and we're all going to have to step up to the plate. And I am aware that it's not just, hey, I'm doing this one thing. When I get in here and do this thing, it's going to require all these other things and these other hats that are going to be worn in order to engage us. So I think my experience as a small business owner is going to be essential. I think my experience in local government is going to be essential. From the Redevelopment Commission, I saw an area, downtown Gilbert, go from a ghost town into what it is today, and was a contributor of what it's become today. And Santan Valley is the same way. We're starting at the base level. We've had a lot of things that have been developed to get us this place, but there's a lot that's going to need to be done. And I can see where we can go and be able to cast a vision for that. I think I've proven that through the incorporation effort. And how do we get there? So what do we need to do here in the short term in this first year to set us up for success, to set up this next council for success? And then I would just like to reiterate, doing the incorporation committee, I think is another valuable piece. I already have trusted relationships in the community of people that I've developed over the last 2.5 years. And I think that's going to be pivotal as this first year is trying to get a lot of things done as we move forward. So I appreciate all your time and the opportunity to be able to interview with you guys. It would be a great privilege to be able to continue serving the Santan Valley residents. And I think as a man of faith, I don't want to just be someone who is served, but I want to serve. And that's been my heart as I've engaged a lot of things. And I think as a family man, I represent a large and growing demographic of young families here in this area. And I think I can bring that to the table to look at that population of people and to think about them as some of these decisions are being made. With my kids, I want this place to be a great place for them to be able to grow up. I'll share a quick story and then I'll be done. My daughter, as we were doing this incorporation thing, we had a bunch of people over at our house. And we had this screen up that we watched some videos on. And as everyone had left, I was picking up and I hear her say, she's 2.5 years old, incorporation, incorporation, incorporation. And I look over and I'm like, wow, that's a big word. And I realize she's presenting. And so I go sit down next to my wife on the couch and I tap her on the shoulder and I said, hey, look at our daughter. And she puts her hand up to the screen and she says, this is the map of incorporation. And the thing I want to say on that is our kids are watching. This community is watching. And so I think I can be somebody who leads this community well and thinks about the next generation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tyler.
Next is Gia Jenkins.
Cutter.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay. We're going to ask you a series of questions. There's 10 questions here.
Okay.
So you're given 3 minutes for your answers. You don't have to use the whole 3 minutes.
Okay.
But you can, we're trying to keep the meeting moving along. So,
Yep.
well, I'll start with the very first question.
Okay.
Where do you anticipate the revenues coming from to start this town?
When I have been thinking about this, I am thinking that the first step would be to do the, besides the shared revenues that we'll eventually get, we need to do some kind of a sales tax model to, be able to charge the different business codes, like construction, prime and speculative, retail, establish those parameters and get that into, because I think it takes 60 days or so to get that approved through the publications that we have to do. I think that would be a good source. The other items that we can do is do with planning and zoning. We would be able to establish permit fees and different things like that, and maybe even get a DIF study going to allocate funds for the different impact fees for people that come into the city. There could be franchise fees attached to the utilities or different people that come in and use the right-of-ways. So those are some of the options that I've thought about when thinking about the incorporation piece. And then there's certain shared revenues like the HERF funds that need to be used for certain things like transportation. So you've got to have different buckets of the funding separated.
Steve, can I ask a legal question?
Yeah.
Ian, San Tan Valley is going to be a town and not a city. With what you just said, is there any difference with the, Jeff, I know you kind of went into this, with the taxing? It's just a matter of being a charter or no charter. How does that work?
Well,
Anybody?
do you want to go into E-session on that?
yes, we might want to go into e-session on that. I do not know the exact answer to that question. I'm not comfortable shooting from the hip on that one, but I can look into it.
Let's not go to E-section now, maybe
Okay.
after or something. Let's get through these.
Okay.
Along with that, I think with the attorney, their attorney would be the one to kind of help guide them and direct them. But anyway, I get where you're coming.
And there are different rules for cities and towns.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
that is clear. How that applies to this, I don't know. Sorry.
Oh, you're fine. You're fine. I just came up with ideas. I don't know the, legalities and
fine.
stuff behind it. So
You've stumped us, is I think the problem.
But, okay, if we can continue.
Okay.
Okay, Mike?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So based on knowing what limitations you're going to have on revenues that are going to be coming in, how are you going to prioritize those expenditures?
I think, first of all, you need to be transparent and have open forums and talk to all the constituents and stakeholders that are involved in within the city. And I think a big one is going to end up being transportation, of course, and infrastructure, which is ironically the most probably expensive ones that, everybody deals with. The 347 in Maricopa just got fully funded, which is a blessing that will be working there. So there's a lot of work to be done, but as far as prioritize, I think that's one of the main things that we need to think about as a newly formed town. Other things is managing the rapid growth that we do have and making sure that we're going to have a decent amount of commercial versus residential and not just all residential as it seems to be happening right now. I think, and that's where I was going with the construction, the different the sales tax bases that would be our best source. I mean, you can always go into the property taxes, but that's not the first direction I think that we would want to go. So other than infrastructure, there would be more of maybe working with the utilities to make sure that those costs are controlled with EPCOR perhaps, and working with different stakeholders to find out the best solutions for the infrastructure that could be outdated, to build a basic plan and foundation for the city to be a strong one for years to come, because it's going to take many years.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Please describe how your experience, career, civic activities, volunteering makes you best qualified to serve on the inaugural city council for the town of Santan Valley.
My roots, I grew up in, I guess it would be your District 5 area, the Hayden, Winkleman, which Hayden is actually Gila County, but I grew up in those towns and we played football and, in the high schools and everything. So I have a small town heart, I guess, and I see a lot of the values that I've learned there, the family coercion, the connective of the people has been my basis of my whole life. I have a lot of integrity and character, and I'm passionate about where I live and work. My goal is to make a difference in anything that I dive into. I want to make a difference, and I would hope to share any knowledge and experience that I do have. I do have a master's in public administration and with an emphasis government and policy. And I have worked at state agencies, 3 state agencies, and I've worked Pinal County, and I'm now working for the last 5 years with City of Maricopa. And I think I've gained a lot of experience, and maybe if I haven't dealt with something directly, I've dealt with it indirectly in doing research and doing deep dives on my own when there's something that comes through on the agenda that I don't understand fully. I do research it and learn about it, so I'll be able to know how that would impact my job and or Pinal County and or where I live in Santan Valley.
Ian, is there any conflict with a councilman working for another municipality? I know that we can't, none of us can be an employee of Pinal County and serve here, but this is a different entity.
So anything regarding a conflict of interest is going to be very fact specific in terms of all the circumstances around it. So I can't give you a definitive bright line answer because every situation is somewhat different depending on what is being worked on. So I'm going to have to give you the bad answer of it depends. I apologize, I can't provide better guidance than that, but it's very fact specific.
And a quick follow-up then. So you'll be working on the finances from two different cities. You don't see a conflict there?
I do not. No, I'm just willing to, and I don't even know if I would be working on finances. At this point, I'm more interested in sharing my knowledge and experiences that I've had in the last 25 years, 13 of it being in government in realm. My mission right now is not even to be working in that piece of things, just to share my knowledge because I think it's important. I'm not one to keep my experience and knowledge to myself. I love to share that to help the next generations, the people. This is going to take years to get to be a, if you look at Maricopa, they're just now still developing. They were incorporated in 2003. Queen Creek, 1989. They just got a police department recently. So it's a lot, but I do not find any conflict of interest whatsoever when I'm sharing my experiences.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Chairman Miller, Mr. Surdy, I just wanted to answer that. We had a government employee who works for Pinal County who was on the Coolidge City Council for 4 years. So it is allowed.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Welcome. So what would you set for your goals and expectations in this, 6 or 8 months that truly this council is till the election happens? And then in those goals, how would you work with people with differing opinions, and how would you come to some kind of consensus? Because that's always a problem in a large group.
It is. I think the main thing is to be transparent and be open, have these open forums so that people can be heard. People are not going to always agree with decisions that the council makes, but a lot of times it comes into play where you have to just explain to them in a different way. They may not know the inner workings, but I think they feel lost and don't have all of the facts. And there's got to be a lot of constituent communication and everybody on the same page and going into detail as far as why we're making that decision to which may not be a popular vote or decision, but that's okay because as long as we can explain and build the framework of where it's going and where we're going in 20 years maybe, they can see that vision because everything starts with a vision. I did think of something in trying to prepare for this. I thought of the town of Santan Valley. I thought of what was it? So for now, you're doing the initial steps, and then for the vision of the future. So I forgot what I had thought of, but it was catchy. I get nervous, but
Okay.
yeah. But anyway, I think it's as long as people understand the vision and where you're going. I think that's the framework and gist of it all. And you won't always have agreements, but that's okay. That's part of life.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning.
What makes for good government, management, and direction?
The main thing, again, is transparency and making sure that the constituents all feel involved and a part of, and they're empowered to be able to make these decisions. A lot of the stuff may have to go to voting, especially when it comes to property taxes or stuff like that. But I think it's basically, if your financials are out there and you're transparent to everyone and you explain it in layman terms, not in CPA terms or per se, I think it comes across better so that they have a down-to-earth explanation of where it's going and how it's going to be. But transparency is the main thing. Having actual financial plans public-facing so that they're aware of where the money's going. This is how much we received in shared revenues. This is how the different buckets we have it allocated in, I think is very important.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
How do you plan to communicate with the residents? I mean, you've got almost 100,000 people.
It's a lot of people,
A
yes.
lot of people.
And with there only being 7 on the board, but I think there's been a excellent foundation from the get-go. I've attended a lot of the meetings that Santan Valley Inc. and Councilman Goodman have put on. I've been to a lot of those, and I think that's the base because people feel heard when you have these open forums. They feel heard. They feel connected. They get the sense of empowerment because they're learning about the issues in plain language to know what we're trying to tackle. And hopefully you get them to be an ally and also a voice to tell their friends and family members. I think it's important that we have the open communication and a lot of public-facing information available to them. And also there's a lot of resources out there that can be shared with them, like the League of Cities, and there's a lot of information. I just think that a lot of times there's conflict because of the lack of knowledge. Not everyone went to school or is in government to where they have an understanding. And it takes just a little more thought process to explain it in a way they understand.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, these kind of go hand in hand, but how would you work collaboratively? How would you work with Pinal County and the neighboring jurisdictions? And then during the process of how you would explain how you would actually want to work with these various other governing agencies, could you give an example of some kind of a conflict that's arisen that you've helped work through that conflict?
Something that I can think of offhand is when I worked at Pinal County, there was conflict of maybe the stretch on Hunt Highway, which was I think it's GRIC, that is actually, it's a 1 lane and it's very busy, but there wasn't any willingness to adapt to helping, because it's their property at the end of the day. And working with them, I didn't directly do it, but I saw indirectly how you work with them, with the different tribes, and come to different agreements. In City of Maricopa, we have like 2 different tribes that we work with. And it's just, again, it's a matter of building upon the foundation that the people that have been there before and have those relationships with already. You get the Board of Supervisors has a relationship with several different entities. Santan Valley Inc. has relationships. And I think for me, it would be just being introduced to these and collaborating with them and understanding their perspectives and what their thought processes are in order to make the best decision for Santan Valley.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Describe what you expect the time commitment to be for this role.
A lot. I thought about that and wanted to make sure I would be able to put this into play if I were to happen to get a position on the board. I feel like it's that you're meeting probably, I mean, we only have like 9 months, if that, to do so much. So I would assume that it's going to be about you're meeting maybe 4 times a month at least, at 2 to 3 hours per slot. I just think a lot of work has to go into it because we're building a foundation to build upon, and it's not much time, with the first priorities being to secure the fire police situation with Pinal County that's already having it. We'll have to do MOUs or IGAs to be able to continue that service, and that's going to be a huge cost.
Okay, 3 of us are former councilmen up here. Now, yes, you have meetings in the evening. Everybody can make that. But to do the job justice, you need to be available during the day. You won't get fired from your other job if you are taking calls and whatever, and you can work your schedule around that. You can make a daytime meeting?
I believe so, yes. We only work 4 days a week, so I have Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and the evenings to invest into this.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
Back to me. What does, as an elected official, what does integrity mean to you?
I think integrity is the basis of everything you do. If you don't have that, I mean, these are skills that cannot be taught. You either have integrity, character, work ethic. You either have those or you don't. I always say when I'm hiring somebody that if I find the person with the passion, the right fit, the heart of it all, I can teach them the job. Those are just, soft skills that can be taught, but you can't teach integrity, you can't teach honesty, you can't teach the work ethic.
Thank you.
If selected, who would you have the authority to hire and fire?
I think in the beginning, from my knowledge, the council will be hiring a town manager and a clerk. And then I think you can go into there's other important things that have to be set into place, like the public works. We've got to do street maintenance. There's other important things like that. So you may have to do make sure you almost feel like a lot of this has to be multitasked in the beginning to be able to do the cost-saving measures. But as far as the framework, I think especially town manager and clerk are the main ones that you would go through at that point in time. And then from that, you're just keep building upon that, the different departments necessary in order of priority.
Okay. Would you like to add a little something on the end of the closing statement?
I wish I could think of my little quote that I had that inspired me to come up here today. But no, but I appreciate what everyone has done up to this point by filling in the the gaps until we could become incorporated as a city. I appreciate all the groundwork, all the relationships that you've had, all of the CIP projects that you put into place to help Santan, because Pinal County is huge, and those CIP projects are everywhere. You're tasked with a huge amount of, and not everyone's going to be happy again. We know that. But I think you've done the best job that you could, and you've done well for it to get to this point, so we can be able to carry on. You have more people now when you select this 7 people on this. There's more people to continue your cause, I think. And I appreciate that so much. As a person who's lived in Santan Valley for 10 years, it's important to me. I'm not looking for any financial gain for a job. I have nothing. I'm not interested in any of that. All I'm doing is want to give my knowledge, my experience, and I'm very passionate. I just want to carry that on to the next generations. Thank you for having me, though, and choosing me for the interview. Appreciate you.
Thanks for coming.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you.
I think we call that sharing the love, right? That's what we're trying to do here.
All right, next up is Diane Combes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So we have a series of questions we're going to ask you.
Yes.
You have 3 minutes to answer them.
Okay.
You do not need to use all 3 minutes, but
I'm Italian. I don't know. It could go either way.
all right, do your best. So we'll go ahead and get started. I'll ask the first question. What do you anticipate your revenues coming? Where do you anticipate your revenues coming from?
They're proposed about $53 million worth of shared revenue that would come back to Santan Valley, that right now is being distributed to other incorporated communities within Pinal County.
Okay. All right.
And from taxes, et cetera. Sales tax, all the things we pay into now that are going to our neighboring communities. We should get those back.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Diane. Good to have you here.
Thanks, Mike.
Bill-
Supervisor Goodman.
Oh, that's all right. I've been called worse. Knowing that revenues will be limited to begin with, you're going to need to prioritize those expenditures. How would you go about doing that?
By law, we do have to have a functioning government. We need police force. We need road maintenance. And we would need a functioning government, a city clerk or someone to oversee. We also, when we did an essential cost proposal. I was part of the Santan Valley Incorporation Committee. We did look at how much money we would potentially get from shared revenue, and we did assess what potentially the cost would be for those things I just mentioned. Of course, we would contract with the county for sheriff, and certainly work with fire district to cover, those essentials. But we also took the time to review and assess what other incorporated towns spend on the things that we said, were legal and essential. And we looked at towns as small as 15,000 incorporated to cities as large as 150,000. So we did assess that there'd be at least $15 million that would be spent for our police officers. And then the other costs included the $6,000 a month rent for a place to operate if that was necessary, and equipment and an attorney and a council lead or city manager, if you will, et cetera. So that total was about $25 million, $28 million. Again, I'm sure those are just the essential costs. I would think the council would take the time to also step back once they get involved in the current budget and look at the priorities also that have already been potentially assessed and or discussed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please describe how your experience, career, civic activities, volunteering, et cetera, make you best qualified to serve on the inaugural council for the town of Santan Valley.
So initially, the 2.5 years were spent I was part of the Santan Valley Incorporation Committee. I also served as treasurer. I've never been involved in an effort in this way. We learned so much, and what was so beneficial to all of us was being able to meet with our residents. We also all signed or had petitions signed, if you will, so we met directly with our residents. Many of our residents expressed their interests in incorporating, that they really wanted a hometown spirit. They wanted community parks, they wanted pools, they wanted places where their kids could grow up. And many with families were hoping that we could drive economic development so that their spouses could live and work in this town and not drive to Tempe or Scottsdale, et cetera. We also had the opportunity to have exposure to Arizona cities and towns. Tom Beschel, I didn't say his name right, excuse me. We also worked with Arizona State Lands, which was very challenging but very important. We were exposed to other neighboring communities who were already incorporated. I had the opportunity to get a resolution passed from the city of Queen Creek. Again, many of our partnering communities were so supportive of this effort. But in addition, my background is really business. I was in retail for many years, too many to share with you. You'll know how old I am. But I also learned a lot about managing and developing people, managing and running 2 $1 billion businesses. I worked for the Gap, the Walt Disney Company, Sears, and Kmart. My kids' business at Kmart was $1 billion. Our charge was to manage funding, to grow that business, to make sure that we delivered our business successfully, and that we aligned on the company's goals. And we didn't do this alone. So as a VP, I also worked with our leadership group. And so all of us had a certain responsibility to the business. But the first thing we did is we aligned on our goals. And then everyone was held accountable to, in fact, deliver those goals. If anybody knows anything about retail, it is not for the faint of heart. So one of my friends said, you know, if you run for council and you get on council, you have to have a very thick skin. If anybody has ever stood in front of Michael Eisner and tried to get about $50 million from him, it wasn't always easy. So I'm very experienced in also meeting, negotiating, and really hopefully inspiring those around my team and myself to allow us to move forward. I also currently serve. Oh, I'm done.
I had a follow-up question. That was.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry.
This may sound like a frivolous question, but your whole resume is California, and you're quoting Disney. I think people here don't really look at that as a positive. So, have you separated California and Arizona, and what are you? I live in Arizona. I've been here for 4.5 years. I'm a resident full-time here in Arizona. I substitute teach in Arizona for J.O. Combes School. I'm also on my community HOA and serve as vice president. So I also service the community that I live in that capacity. And you probably do know Johnson Ranch is 6,000
homes and 20,000 residents. So we're basically the size of a city. So I see myself as service-oriented. Walt Disney is just a large global company that I had the experience or opportunity to work for, and it just speaks to my ability to be able to work in an environment that's very large and has very high, at the time, very high standards for those who worked for them. It was 1990, 93, but my experience right now is about serving the community in which I live right now.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Thank you. Fine. Thank you. You mentioned something about running. Do you plan to run, just out of curiosity?
After the year?
Yes.
I'm not sure I know the answer. I've never run a political campaign. I've never been a politician. What appeals to me about the first year is the planning, the strategy, having a vision about how to reimagine Santan Valley. That excites me. And one of the reasons, in terms of my past history, I was involved in the companies that I worked for, sometimes very small and growing to very large. So the numbers don't bother me or don't scare me. I think the opportunity is there. I want to see how this goes. I want to experience this chapter. I don't know yet if I really want to be a politician or not, and I hope that this is not what it is about. When we started the committee, there were 7 volunteers. None of us had ever done anything like this. Only one individual had run for a seat before in another community, but we had a shared goal and vision. There were no hidden agendas. We all worked really well together, and we all brought something different to the table. We all had different skills, but it worked, and I think because we trusted each other, and we all played a very significant part. And I'm proud to say we were actually on a winning team. This has been tried more than one time for whatever reason, and it doesn't really matter. But now is the time, and I think the team is really proud of the effort and the success.
I wasn't really about right. You just mentioned it, so I just wanted to find out. But yes, you do talk. So, real quick follow-up. I like you. Yeah, I know. Okay, so what goals and expectations do you have for that first 6 or 8 months? Because that's going to be the immediacy of the.
I would assume that the council that gets selected would then identify a mayor or a lead. I don't know if that is in the right word for a minute. We would also need, again, to get a functional government, meeting a city manager. I think that, again, as I mentioned earlier, we need a place to operate from. We also need to then contract, of course, with the Sheriff's Department for our safety and police officers. And then we need to understand what road maintenance really means. There's about $5 million in that essential cost, but I think people didn't understand we weren't going to buy equipment and try to own a building, that we would again contract with the county, but there would be some funding available for us to do that. I think in the first 6 months, it would be great for us to analyze the community, what is already out there. I know there are plans. I know there is a master plan. I don't know how hard it was or easy it was, probably not to implement. So I think we need to take a step back. We're not pioneering anything. There are 98 communities or communities in the county that have already incorporated. There are lots of smart people around us who can also help us navigate and work with us about what our priorities should be. Our support, Mr. Goodman as well. So I think it's gaining knowledge. I think after that we need to talk about infrastructure. We need to talk about economic development. We need to talk about water management. We need to talk about safety. But again, I think there are priorities probably already somewhere that we can also look at and align as a team, whether those are still viable today and/or. But I think, and we have to manage our budget. So also legally, we cannot overspend what we don't have. So I think we need to understand how do we really allocate those dollars efficiently. and prioritize the immediate needs of our very large community.
Thank you.
What makes for good government management and direction?
I think management is generally oversight. I think, again, working together, gaining the knowledge, prioritizing what needs to be done both on a financial level and prioritizing resources and community services. I think respect for one another and for us to ask the right questions and to seek help and let our partners guide us through the process. And there may be things that I can't answer because I probably don't know the answer, but I'm willing to learn. I think that, again, having served on the committee for 2 years, we certainly all worked together and navigated this whole process. And I think being disciplined is really important, and everyone keeping their own personal priorities in check and rather serving the community as a whole. I think we need to agree to how we do that. I hope that answers your question.
How do you plan to communicate with the residents? You know, you're going to have a city with between 90 to 100,000 people, and so what do you think is going to be an effective method for communication?
I not totally have a plan yet. I think there are a number of ways to do it. Social media would not be my first choice, by the way, maybe very controlled. But I think, you know, we did a number of things when we went through our committees. We had town halls. We met at people's homes who invited us in. And if any of you saw me, I was at the library 3 days a week for 3 hours getting signatures. So I've met a lot of people directly. I think inviting people to join us in a forum that makes sense, potentially meeting people individually at their homes. I'm not sure all of the avenues, but it isn't hard for me to do that. And I think our residents clearly see authenticity when they speak with me, and I think it makes them feel comfortable about saying what it is they need to say. And I'm pretty open and honest. I think that's a great thing to be able to do, is have people come to you who feel comfortable and not judged. And I think I have a lot to learn about how to do it for 100,000 people.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, I'm up in the rotation.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Like you said earlier, there's a lot of work to be done.
Yeah.
But the question I have is, how would you work collaboratively with Pinal County and then other neighboring jurisdictions, other municipalities?
Tyler, and I think you all know, Tyler was our chair. Our perspective was to make friends and not the opposite. And what I mean by that is respectfully approaching those who might be our partners and or those who might be opposed to our incorporation effort. We had to do that for 2 years. I also, as I mentioned earlier, we're not pioneering this experience. While it is the largest effort, there are so many smart people who will surround us, who we can reach out to, who we can ask for information sharing. There have been several Queen Creek and Gilbert and Apache Junction individuals and local politicians, whatever we want to call them, who've also approached us. We've worked really closely with them. And I think respecting what we don't know and really being able to ask when we need help. I think collaboration, I think life is a negotiation. I think everything is possible if you understand the facts and then you prioritize. I think most people generally want to work together. And I think we have to always remember that and be respectful.
Can you recall any kind of a conflict or situation that came up that you were able to successfully manage or work through that you could share with us?
Many in my life, but throughout the process, though, incorporation, I assume if you run media, there were a lot of naysayers about the incorporation effort, and most vocal were people who were hard generally to get hold of. But there was one individual, unnamed, I found out where she might have been proposing a no vote, if you will. And I went to that location. She didn't know me, but a relatively loud voice. I got my coffee and I sat down with her, and I just said, I don't think you know who I am. And she said, well, I do. But we talked, and I wanted to know why someone who had been so positive about Santan Valley and the growth of Santan Valley was now so negative. And I just let her speak. And I'm not sure I agreed with everything she said. That's really not the point. But at the end, I learned about her children and her business. And we hugged when we left each other. And she said, I'm still not going to vote yes, So it isn't always... It isn't always getting your way or the final decision, but I think it is about connecting with people and, again, just being authentic and letting people know that their best interest is really what's at play here. And, again, I could talk to you about my whole retail career, too, but generally it's also being honest. I think people like honesty and transparency. I think it's really important to the best of your ability. Look, I also clearly understand as a board member on my junior ranch board, confidentiality obviously is a critical part as well. And I pride myself on my ability to be professional, to be confidential, and to really do the right thing. And I don't always vote with everybody on the board. The board doesn't always vote together. But I think at the end of the day, we get to a common place about how we'll move forward. And that's, I think, all you can ask for.
Thank you.
Describe what you expect the time commitment to be for this role.
I think probably relatively massive. I am retired. I don't have any, except for the board, I'll have to make a decision. I have a new grandson and a granddaughter on the way that I'm thrilled about. But I would imagine it would be fairly intense. And I think that's what it will take to really set the foundation for a successful and thriving and growing community. My husband was a stay-at-home dad after we had children. And I only share that with you because I'm always gone or doing something, even during our retirement. So he clearly understands. I probably am not going to be home watching television during the afternoon. So it's my calling at this point. I worked really, really hard for many years, as I mentioned, in retail. This should be fun now. I know it requires a lot of work, but I'm hoping that along the way we can have some fun as well. So, and we'll learn a lot. We'll all learn a lot.
All right, thank you. As an elected official, what does integrity mean to you?
Integrity? Probably some of the things I've already said.
Yes.
Being authentic, being transparent, high moral character. I don't steal, I don't lie, unless, I don't know, maybe to my son about his what. No, I'm just kidding. Oh God, son, don't ever say that. I'm just kidding. I think just...
Not watching.
Please don't put that on the screen. Just being real, and again, being honest and asking the right questions. I think honesty, and I believe those are characteristics that I demonstrate generally.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jeff. If selected, whoops, that's my last question.
Oh.
What makes for good government management and direction?
Good government management and direction. I think adopting or I guess selecting a strong leader, who will be, again, the mayor. I'm not even sure if that's the official title in an inaugural council. I think identifying, again, what needs to be closely managed. I would think the budget and planning. I think agreeing as a board to what priorities are and being held accountable if, in fact, we're tasked with something that we need to do as a board council member. And again, I may not be answering it the way you want me to, relying on people who can assist us. When I spoke to the people who are running today, most of them have never done this before. And so we'll be relying on knowledgeable individuals who have done this in the past or are running official offices, et cetera.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
You going to ask 10? Did you ask? You didn't ask 10. Okay. Well, should keep it consistent. So I'm going to ask it. If you're selected, who would you have the authority to hire and fire in a city in a city structure like that as a council member?
I believed it was the city manager, and then after that, I'm assuming an attorney, and after that, I'm not sure, except that we would need, again, some contracts with the individual county offices that we would need to rely on for our resources. I don't have that answer. I'm sorry.
Okay. Thank you.
I could find out, though.
Okay. Did you like to make a final statement?
I'm not sure. I think it would be a very exciting time. This is a very exciting time for Santan Valley. This is a very different skill set for me, although a lot of experiences in my life bring us to places that we end up. This to me is another chapter. I'm looking to learn, to meet our residents on a deeper level, to watch us grow. We so deserve to be an absolutely exemplary town. And in many ways, of course, we already are. So I believe I can add value. Again, I don't have any county experience or political experience or governmental experience, if you will, but maybe sometimes that's a good thing. I'm out-of-the-box thinker, but I'm not a cowboy, and that's a big difference for me. I'm a very disciplined individual, but I like to talk. I'll leave you. I like to talk. I'll leave you with one thing. I had my own business once, a very long time ago. It was a screen printing business, and I hated it. And the reason I didn't like it is not because I also lost miserably. What I learned about myself is I don't like to be surrounded by nobody else except myself. I like to be surrounded by smart people who are engaged, who want to talk about an issue or an opportunity. I like to be in a team. I like a team so much better than I like running a business by myself. So anyway, I hope you'll think about that as we end this conversation. Thank you all so much. I really do appreciate your support. Supervisor Goodman, thank you so much. I appreciate
Diane,
it.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
For your time.
Thank you.
We need to keep it consistent. Okay. Everybody good? Anybody need a break? Or can we get through one more?
Let's do
Okay.
some more. Let's get with it.
Rupert Wolfert? Oh, man. I didn't even announce his name and he showed up. That's impressive.
Bonus points for not getting stuck in a tongue twister.
He must be clairvoyant. Okay. Well, thank you for being here. We're going to ask you a series of questions. You do have 3 minutes to answer them. You don't need to use all 3 minutes, but so we'll just go ahead and get started. All right.
All right.
what do you anticipate your revenues, where do you anticipate your revenues coming from as you start down this path?
Well, with the interim town council, much of our work as a town council member in this period will be transitionary. We will function as a bridge. So ideally what we'll be doing is adopting many of the similar county taxes that are already in place. So the current structures, revenue streams, we will utilize that as a basis for funding the initial operations for the town.
Okay. Mike?
I'm kind of making my notes real quick.
Fill out our paperwork here.
Okay, my question is knowing that your revenues are going to be limited to begin with, how are you going to prioritize those expenditures that are going to be necessary to make?
Well, in the beginning, again, one of the priorities of the new council will be to stabilize services. So the essentials will be the entire focus of our spending plans. Now, moving forward, we're going to want to engage in active listening, understand what the priorities are for our new town, ensuring that we have validated those concerns, and ensure that we do get feedback from the community about what we want as an initial short-term vision or plan. But again, one of the things we want to do is be transparent and clear in terms of where we want to take the direction of our town. So again, it is going to be a combination of continuity and then of also short-term and future-term planning. So,
Thank you.
thank you.
Please describe how your experience, career, civic activities, volunteering, et cetera, make you the best qualified to serve on the inaugural council for the town of Santan Valley.
Well, primarily, I wanted to share with you again, I am a U.S. Army veteran and currently serve as a program specialist with the Department of Veterans Affairs at the Phoenix Regional Office. The bulk of my career has been as a public servant. One of the things that has drawn me to the field, again, is just being able to provide a partnership and connection to the services that are out there, to really be able to provide as much of a representation for the values that really make up our great country and our great community. So I do have a background in management and leadership. I did graduate recently from the Thunderbird Global School of Management. I do have experience in public administration, again, public analysis, solving complex issues, managing resources, and really navigating a host of different policies. I think that technical information is vital in order to be able to boost the confidence in our community that, again, this is going to be a very managed transition, that we're going to do what we need to remain in compliance. And I think that will provide a fresh perspective and voice as we move forward in being able to put in place a council that's ready to operate on day one. So again, it's a lot of unsexy work. It's not work that necessarily, again, many people want to get buried in. But again, it is necessary and vital to ensure that, again, we are not fixing early mistakes, that we are, in fact, putting in place that framework for the elected council to succeed. So.
Okay, so with that, and as you said, it's an interim council. So, what would your first 6-8 months be? What would your goals and expectations be?
Well, one of the things I like to reflect on is what would qualify as success. What would be a successful interim town council? First off, again, we would want to get a lot of the official work out of the way. We would want to ensure that we have adopted rules of reference, that we have passed in public, the necessary adoption of those ordinances to ensure that we at least have a baseline, that we have an official guidebook to move forward with. We would want to go ahead and ensure that we have a staffing plan in place, to have an semblance, an idea of the organizational framework that we'd want to put in place for the town itself, including a clerk and staff. And then also we'd want to ensure we have a sound fiscal plan in place, responsibility of ensuring that those finances are addressed, again, to be able to give confidence that there is a plan. And then ideally, again, just setting a tone. We want to be able to set a tone that Santan Valley is a community that this was the right decision for incorporation, and that we're committed and dedicated to creating a space for families to thrive, a safe neighborhood, free of crime and ensuring public safety, and then just a place that people want to call home. So,
Thank you.
What makes for good government management and direction?
I believe listening and being responsive to constituents and residents. Again, we're here as representatives, not so much to push forward individual projects or to put forward any particular types of agendas. It's really here to key into those things that that our neighbors value, that are valuable to our residents and our neighbors. So I think government needs to be right-sized. It needs to be something that matches appropriately the levels of growth, the levels of needs, and ensuring that every voice is elevated and heard. So I think ensuring that the government is able to communicate those those needs to the community, be able to justify and validate those. I think making sure it's transparent, ensuring that we are stewards of the taxpayer dollar. Again, we are here in a fiduciary capacity. Having been in public service as long as I have, it's not enriching work. It's financially enriching work. It's work that's done to, again, be able to translate what we can provide and where we can meet our residents at their level of need. So.
Thank you. How do you plan on communicating with this 90 to 100,000 people in this community moving forward from here?
Communication is very vital and it is key. I think we have really need to capitalize on the many different forms of media that are available to us, whether that's social media, electronic means. Having a community newsletter will be important to keeping our population abreast of all the developments that are out there. Email out updates to our residents and mailers for those, again, who are not necessarily technically savvy, but we do need to be broad in our use of the different communication tools that are out there. We want to make certain that we advertise our meetings well ahead of time and ensure adequate time for community input. And then I like to go down to simple one-on-ones. Working as a public servant on the federal side, it's been very invisible. And I think that's really kind of contributed to the disconnect that we have with some of our public officials. As a town council member, I would make sure I myself am visible to really go out there into the community, to meet residents, their organizations that have meetings, civic groups, to introduce myself to everyone, to walk. Sometimes the simplest way of being able to convey the work we do is to meet our residents personally. So it is very much an exercise in being able to meet individuals one-on-one and have that word of mouth, which, again, is probably the most effective means of advertising what we do. So.
Great answer.
Oh, okay, I'm up. All right. Hey, how would you work collaboratively with Pinal County? There's going to be a lot of things that has to happen, which you, obviously, I think I've heard that you get that. But how would you work collaboratively? I'm going to have to really work on that word, I'm telling you. Yeah, hey, I'm just a hick, so. With Pinal County and the other neighboring jurisdictions. I'm going to have to work on that word, too.
Well, Santan Valley, again, doesn't exist in a vacuum. We are part of a fairly well-integrated regional network. So we want to establish early on these partnerships because it's not going to be an exercise necessarily in Santan Valley flying solo, so to speak. Many of the priorities are not going to be financially viable at the outset, so we're going to really need to lean on some of those partners, Queen Creek, Florence, Pinal, It's going to require constant contact, working as a liaison between the bodies, ensuring that we deliver some of those conversations to the rest of the council. Some of the priorities that involve roads, that involve recreation. In the immediate term, again, we want to have those conversations, especially when it comes to transitioning services. Again, immediately, we're not going to have a fire department. We're not going to have a local police department. We can learn from the experiences of our closest neighbor, Queen Creek, looking at their timeline. So it's definitely understanding the lessons that they've learned, being receptive and open to those experiences, having those deep conversations, introducing myself personally one-on-one to each and every member of the councils of our surrounding neighbors and to the Pinal board. It's an exercise in us getting to know one another, having trust that we have a common vision for our area, and then again, that we're all partners at the end of the day for this. Because again, I live over in Pima Crossing, which again, if you're not really aware, that's the farthest north subdivision of Pinal County. You walk 2 steps and you're in Queen Creek. So it's not like we have these real visible barriers that says, hey, you're walking into another territory. We're all neighbors at the end of the day. So we're going to prosper together. You're not going to have a patchwork of struggling communities. So we want to reinforce that from the outset, that we're here to have a thriving, common regional neighborhood, vibrant economically, collegial, community-wise, although we will draw the line at any softball games. So,
Might not be a bad idea. Could you kind of share with us real quick an experience you might have had that you've had to work through some kind of a conflict and you were able to be successful at it?
In some of my experiences, again, I worked in public services. So, again, this touches into that sort of gray area in terms of what residents and citizens expect of the government. So if you are not aware, again, I work with FEMA, and I work with the Social Security Administration. I also work with the Department of Veterans Affairs, and in all of those experiences, we take claims for individuals who are in need, whether it's in the form of disaster assistance, disability benefits, or even your retirement benefits. So in order to be able to deliver those services, we do have to adhere to a set of guidelines. And sometimes those guidelines are not necessarily readily apparent. Public is not really keyed in on some of the intricacies and nuances of how these benefits are determined. So occasionally we will get the angry resident, we will get the angry applicant, we will get the individual who's not necessarily understanding why the decision was made with respect to their deserving benefits. So one of the things that is necessary is being able to translate these very, very, very complex rules into terms that they can understand, but also to offer alternatives. So with every decision that comes along the line, we have appeal processes. We have to start from the very beginning to describe the process for approval, ensuring they understand at each step why those decisions were made. And again, that involves divulging the process, the transparency of why decisions are made the way that they are made. At the end of the day, once we provide at least an understanding, I think we're able to pacify some of those individuals and at least give them additional steps. I think that's one of the things we need to do sort of as a council is understand that although we may pass ordinances, that these are always subject to review. We need to understand that we do revisit decisions. Not everything is going to be done right on the first end, and we will make mistakes. And I've had a couple of those applications where it definitely was our fault. And we need to be able to be courageous and brave enough to say, we made a mistake, we're human. But at the end of the day, understand that we have a mission. We are there to care for our citizens, our residents, and ensure that those interests are upheld at every step of the way. So long as we explain in a way that they can relate to, communication, again, is really the biggest key. So not everyone's going to be happy. So we do need to get down and get into the trenches and do the work to make sure we know that we're working for them. So,
Thank you.
Describe what time you expect. What kind of a commitment would this be, and do you have the time to do it?
I will be spending many late hours working to do my best to ensure that those benchmarks, that those key deadlines are met. Again, we do have to follow statute. Really, we are identifying the May deadline for elections. So we want to make certain that we have addressed every key requirement to ensure that we are in compliance as a town council. So I'm estimating to throw out a number 20 to 30 hours or so per week. Again, it's a job that I'll take very seriously. It will be the center of my attention, and I feel confident that given my excitement for this community, that I'll be able to involve as much as I can in ensuring its success.
Where do you work now, and are you available during daylight hours?
I work for the Department of Veterans Affairs in Phoenix, and I am able to take leave to be able to address town council business.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you for being here. As an elected official, what does integrity mean to you?
This is definitely a concept that has been drilled into me serving in the Army. Again, we have our Army ethos, our warrior values, and integrity is probably one of the competing important ones. Integrity involves, and again, I know this is a really well-known fact, integrity is doing the things when no one's looking, more so when people are looking. The other day I was at Shell, and the account wasn't closed out. So obviously the most prudent thing would be to just continue pumping. But no, you want to cancel that transaction, and you want to pay for your own. Because again, we're here not necessarily for ourselves. We're here, again, for a higher purpose. I appeal a lot to, again, I'm a Catholic boy. I was raised Catholic. So guilt is part of my MO. So you're never going to not find me guilty. Again, integrity to me is a lot about digging deep within yourself and evaluating the person that you want to be, the person that you aspire to be, and hope that those are synonymous at every waking moment. Aspiration shouldn't, as much as we'd like it to be a future thing, we want to make it an immediate thing. Holding really steadfast to those values, not necessarily making the easy left, but taking the hard right. So that's really what it comes to today. Things are difficult. I think all of us through our amazing experiences have been able to understand what's required when we go through those times and periods of adversity, but to remain true to ourselves, know what is right, be convinced that is right, and to follow through with what is right. So we're going to come across a lot of very difficult decisions, a lot of competing priorities, a lot of pressing needs, but we need to be clear that we adhere overall to those values. Part of me wanting to become a part of this town council is that values seem to be missing in a lot of what we do. Administrative work is so sterile, it's so empty. We want to fill that with those values because that's our sort of guiding light as we navigate a very chaotic and messy time. Some might think that the timing of the incorporation, we've so much going on. We want to make certain that despite that chaos, that we remain consistent and we deliver.
Thank you.
If selected, who would you have the authority to hire and fire?
Well, again, that is going to be something that we'll need to accord with our bylaws. From the immediate term, again, these are not immediate decisions. This is something that is done in concert with the entire town council. The form of city governance that we choose to adopt, whether it be city manager, a council style, again, that will dictate those specific rights. But again, with concurrence of the council, it would, in my mind, be the town manager if we appoint one. Again, a lot of those staffing decisions will be adopted by whatever structure. But again, primarily it would be, I believe, the town manager. So.
Okay, thank you.
Would you like to add any final comments?
To express my sincere gratitude and thanks to the board, Chairman Miller, Vice Chairman McClure, Supervisor Vitello, Supervisor Goodman from your district, and Supervisor Surtee. Thank you very much for having given me the opportunity to introduce myself to all of you. I look forward to many wonderful interactions in the future, and whatever the decision, again, I do commit myself in the service of this great community and this great town that is my home, and will continue to be my home for the foreseeable future. So thank you. I know you have a long day today, and have a wonderful
Thank you.
time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great day. We're going to take a 10-minute little break. Okay. No. So we'll recess for 10 minutes.
It was me.
I wondered if it was. I wondered.
Chairman, just to let you know, the county manager's not here just before we get going. Just wanted to let you know that.
I think we can navigate without him.
Mike, I can cut that baloney.
Good morning.
Good morning.
We have a series of questions we're going to ask you, and we'll give you 3 minutes to answer one of them, any of them. But you don't need to take all 3 minutes. But,
Understood.
And then we'll allow you to kind of give a statement at the end. Okay. So we'll get started. First question is, where do you anticipate the revenues coming from to start this city?
The majority of it's going to be sales tax. Looking back and doing a little research over the weekend in a short amount of time, there's a certain amount in property tax, but even it's only, 4 to 6%, so it doesn't really add up. I mean, there is a whole lot of houses, but the sales tax would be the largest revenue stream.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Goodman?
Mr. Garrison, how are you today?
Doing great, Mr. Goodman.
Good. Hey, because of the limited amount of dollars that are going to be available to you, one of the things that you're going to have to do is prioritize your expenditures. How do you feel about how are you going to go about doing that?
It's going to be a very arduous task trying to set up the financial system of it, the reporting and accountability. I mean, we're going to have to find it's hard to wrap your head around and you have to describe it. I mean, we're going to have to find legal counsel first, then you get into the finance. It's kind of hard to describe.
Yeah, it is.
It is.
Yeah,
I
remember I was overwhelmed when I came into this office. So,
but I'm not going to lie and sit here and I can make up all the good words, make it sound good. I mean, it's going to be a learning process.
Okay.
And being a new city, and I mean, we're starting in the hole when we start because we don't have it's not like we're starting with something that's been here for a long time.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Please describe how your experience in your career, civic activities, volunteering make you qualified to serve on the inaugural council.
I believe in the community involvement. It's been a lot of years since I've been in the public sector. I was in law enforcement almost 30 years ago. I enjoyed being part of the public, trying to be a face of the public, tried to improve the communities. As far as my career goes, I mean, majority's been in construction. We've dealt with infrastructure. I mean, any kind of construction is all concrete is where my background is. So, I mean, the foundation of building anything, I mean, as far as the water supply, sewer supply, I mean, we've had water treatment centers, highways, buildings. I mean, it all comes together. Then you have the financial responsibility. My current position, I manage operations manager for 4 of our locations. I'm going to have the total P&L responsibilities for those, capital expenditures, maintenance forecasting. I mean, we go 5 and 10 and 15 years out as far as our capital goes, and maintaining the equipment that we have. It's always a 10-year window. Being able to take all the information and look farther into the future has been one of my stronger suits, I believe.
So looking at your resume, you're high enough up the ladder that you can make time during the day?
Yes. Generally, we start early in the morning. My day usually starts about 2 in the morning. Even today, I left the house by 2:30. My day usually wraps up by 10 o'clock in the morning. Rarely does it go longer than that.
Okay, I had a job once that I started at 2 in the morning, and I fell asleep at 8 o'clock every night. And you may be having a meeting that late. Are you going to fall asleep?
No, sir. That's the benefits of law enforcement, though. The weird hours definitely makes it different. I'm not one for this. I'm not one to wake up at 6 o'clock every day. I'd rather be up at 2 and 3 and 10 and midnight. And I mean, the odd hours I like the stress. So I'm a glutton for punishment. What can I say?
Thank you.
Well, thank you for being here. What would you set for the goals and expectations and the immediate needs in the 6 or 8 months this term involves?
As far as?
Well, like the immediate needs of the town, what would you expect those to be?
Again, it'd be the financial responsibility. We have to get a whole financial system set up. Safety and security, I mean, it would remain with the county sheriff probably for the foreseeable future till we get the funds set aside to provide their own police force. The fire department, I mean, I think I've read back with the rural county on it that they're willing to work with us, or they have already worked on getting a contract with the future city of Santan to provide their fire services. After that, it's just simply community involvement, community outreach, getting everybody's opinion, or not opinion, but everybody's feelings on where we're going. I mean, everybody voiced their opinion pretty well with the election that they want to be part of a city, but then getting out and getting the word out as to what all that entails and what everybody wants from their community.
Okay, thank you.
What makes for good government management and direction?
Transparency. I mean, just obviously you got to be transparent. You can't do anything behind the scenes. You want to be upfront with everything that you do. Fair, consistent. I mean, that's pretty much the backbone of any kind of management, any kind of municipality, is just being consistent, being fair, providing the best possible future that you can.
How do you plan on communicating with this in this new town of almost 100,000 people? I think it might be a challenge, but what's your thoughts on that?
That is a challenge. A communications office would definitely be towards the top. I'm not much from social media, so I'm not a whole lot of help with that. Newspapers really aren't a thing anymore. So as far as communication, I mean, it would really be out in the public. I mean, it'd be in meetings and trying to get people into the meetings. Like I said, again, get the communication board into it. Do you have a public face on social media? There are, 6 or 8 different platforms that you can use. I mean, as far as any one individual, I couldn't tell which one was better. I just know that, unfortunately, newspapers was the best way to used to do it, but it's not there anymore. So hiring good people that have the best community and the best for the community in mind, and charge them with getting the communication out consistently.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, with the extensive work that you're going to be faced with here, how would you work together with other, which is going to be a big lift to take on? How would you work collaboratively with Pinal County and other neighboring communities?
They're going to be a big, I don't want to say crutch to lean on, but essentially they will be. I mean, a lot of insight, a lot of history. Pinal County, I mean, it's still the fastest growing county. I mean, I think Maricopa may still be in the lead, but Pinal County's right there with it. I mean, working with them, it's going to be hand in hand. I mean, as far as being collaborative, I mean, it's going to be, there'll be constant communication between all municipalities with Queen Creek, and because we're butting right up against Queen Creek. Just seeing what worked for them, honestly.
Okay. Kind of to go along with that, can you give us an example of where you successfully worked through a particular problem or something that you were able to, and with some success?
Shortly after I moved here 18 months ago, I was here about 8 months, and all of our upper management at our company went other places. One of them retired. Our regional VP, he retired. My general manager retired. Sales manager retired. Operations man left. And it was me and another operations guy were the lead people outside of Colorado for our area. And instead of just panicking, there was a lot of people that didn't know what to do. They were worried they were going to make the wrong decisions. But you dig back into what you've learned, what you know, being consistent, and me and the other manager pulled together. We held it 6 months. We just now got another general manager in place. About 3 months ago, we got another senior operations man. But between the two of us, we were able to still manage the 9 plants we have here in Arizona and make them profitable, and we still continue to grow.
Okay, thank you.
I kind of already asked this with my follow-up, but describe what you expect to be the time commitment for this role.
Oh, I wish I had a good answer for that. I mean, it's going to be almost as much as it takes. I don't want to put a limit on it. I can't say 20 to 40 hours a week or 20 to 40 hours a month. I mean, it's going to be what it requires. I can't put a ceiling on that. I mean, it's going to be. I've talked to my kids about it before I even applied for it as well, and explained to them, they're a little older, they're in their teens, that there's going to be times that I'm not going to be home, I'm not going to be around there. They support it, they enjoy being part of it, the community. It's got a good support system behind it, so we can do is spend as much time as is necessary.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. As an elected official, what do you believe integrity means?
Integrity and character is everything. Being mindful of your words, doing the right thing, being consistent, being fair. I put integrity and character pretty high on just being a good person. I mean, that's the best answer I can give you.
Okay, thank you.
If selected, who would you have the authority to hire and fire?
City management, I know we appoint a mayor. The city management would be under the city council. Does, I don't know about you, I can't think of the word of it. Different offices within the city government. I mean, I can't sit here and give you a complete list of which all it is. I mean, it's anything that falls under the municipal government, though.
Those are all the questions. If you'd like to make a final statement about this position?
Yeah, I'm new to this. I'm not. I mean, you can probably tell from my answers. I haven't ever been a politician. I've been a little bit, like I said, in the police department. I'm doing this because I moved here and I thought Santan was a great place to live, and it seems to be. I mean, I wish we could change the weather for 5 months of the year, but it is what it is. The other 7 months are wonderful. But I want to. It's kind of like when I went back to college in my late 40s. I try to be a better example for my kids. Be involved in the community, and if you're going to live somewhere, be part of it, contribute where you can, and hopefully leave it better than we got it.
Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you for your time.
Hey, thank you.
Okay. Calvin Cameron? Cameron? confusion in the temple. Oh, okay. We won't share that, but I have a slight delay. He'll be here. He's on his way.
He's in the building?
He is in the building. No, he's in the building. We'll give him a little latitude on this. Good morning.
Good morning.
We're still morning. Yeah, we are. It's still morning.
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Cameron, we have a series of questions we're going to ask you, and we'll allow a statement at the end. So you're restricted to about 3 minutes on any of your on your answers to your questions. So we'll get started.
I understand.
We do anticipate. Where do you anticipate your revenues coming from for the city?
For the city, as it was stated before, with the shared revenue from the states. So with that and any of the approved items that the folks from the city, in our newly incorporated city, if they vote on any of those items that we put before them, and then they say that they approve those pieces. So that'll be the generation of the revenue that we'll use, obviously, to begin the budgeting and create our city.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Goodman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is it okay to call you Calvin?
I go by Calvi, yes.
And I go by Mike too, but I guess just because I'm up on this dais. Knowing that your revenues are going to be limited to begin with, where would you prioritize your expenditures? How would you go about doing that?
Take an inventory of things that may be important that are important to the citizens, and finding out what, with the limited budget, is probably the idea to look at what's important. Is it infrastructure? I think that's actually a piece that is very important, especially since we've heard about roads. That's been an item. But throughout that, thinking about what's good for the people in the expansion of the city, what our growth looks like. So putting those pieces in prioritizing those items to make sure that what we do is smart growth. Are we bringing in commercial? Are we bringing residential? Those items, but really to think about what's the infrastructure going to look like to support that, to be able to carry that out. Because without that, then we may not be moving forward with smartly with the funds that we've been given.
Okay, thank you.
Please describe how your experience, career, civic activities, volunteering, et cetera, make you the best qualified to be on the inaugural council for Santan Valley?
Prior service in the military, one of the things that I was fortunate to participate in, they call community relations projects, and they were mostly overseas, but we were able to actually go in and assist, whether it's programs or organizations that they needed help. Some of them, most of them were schools. So within that, learning what it takes to come together as a group, and forming teams to be able to figure out what is it that they actually need for the most in order to meet their requirements. Some of them, they just needed a room painted. Some of them needed a wall reconstructed. But within that, there was another project that was given to us about mid-career, and we were part of Littoral Combat Ship, as it's known now, the Littoral Combat Ship program. And that was something we had to build from the ground up. So gathering a team of about 80 people and forming teams to figure out, okay, how are we going to service these ships? And within that, being able to communicate back and forth. And so I think that when you're able to actually speak with the different leadership, the different stakeholders involved, and understanding what is it that is important to them, then we take that into consideration. So that's one of the pieces is hearing people out, listening to them. What matters to them, and taking that into consideration to make sure that we're still prioritizing things in a way that reflects their voice.
So for your employment, it says you're an executive director. Executive director of what exactly?
I'm an executive director at a Christian nonprofit. So one of the things that we do is we sponsor microgrants for different organizations depending on the criteria that we set. And we did it in partnership with another nonprofit organization.
So you do grants so you can fund the city yourself?
No, we're a smaller version of that. But we do partner with other organizations to fund those items.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for being here. What would you set for your goals and your expectations and the immediate needs in the first 6 to 8 months of this new government? And by the way, that's as long as it really is till the election happens. So,
right, immediate need. What's the infrastructure to support that? How do we the committee? Are the committees that we need in the interim in order to gather information? There's going to be a lot of research, and obviously to figure out what the city needs. So within that, you have to know who to talk to, have the stakeholders involved. And without that, then it's hard to draw a picture of what we should prioritize. Okay. Does that answer your question?
Not entirely. So what would be the thing you would have to do in the first month? Give me a scenario.
Get a good idea of all the stakeholders. What's important? What's at the top of the list? Is it just the infrastructure? Is it roads? Do we need to make sure we have police fire protection, those types of things in place? The things that the laws actually tell us that you got to take a look at. So draw those things up at first and see where we are.
Okay, thank you.
What makes for good government management and direction?
I think one of the things that make for good government in that is accountability for the decisions and choices that we make. We're accountable to the people, and also that transparency, so that what we're doing, it's not something that's done necessarily behind closed doors, but we're making sure that the people understand that we're taking what they consider is important to them, that we're listening to them, to hear them, and when we hold ourselves accountable. With that, not putting ourselves in a vice, saying things that we don't necessarily want to put ourselves in a position that hurts the community, but certainly pushes the community forward.
How do you plan on communicating with the residents of this newly formed town of close to 100,000 people?
That's good. Today, technology is available to us, so that's at least one start. But certainly, we want to make sure that there is not just using the technology in the websites, but certainly mail still works, so we can certainly get the information out to them, whether it's pamphlets or leaflets. Hold meetings, especially, and have people come and actually ask questions. So that we are able to actually communicate that to them and give them an opportunity to ask us questions and raise anything new that they may have seen that we may not know.
Okay. There's a lot of moving parts when it comes to government, and so the question I have is, how would you work collaboratively with Pinal County and other neighboring communities, jurisdictions, municipalities?
We have to establish the communication with the decision makers. And without that, being able to come to the table and have those open discussions, it makes it difficult because then you're essentially sort of operating on your own island. And that's not, to me, I don't think that that's favorable. Because we are a growing community. We're not just an isolated community. We have neighboring communities and governments. So making sure that the communication between those entities, we're able to make sure that everyone understands each other's positions and ideas. And so it does take time. Not everyone's may be available at the same time or agendas match. But at least make sure that the lines of communication are always open so that you can communicate between the stakeholders, between the decision makers, and come to a consensus on what's best for the people.
Okay. A follow-up with that kind of goes in line with it. Can you give an example of a time that you were successful working through any kind of conflict?
I will say that there was an opportunity where, and this goes back to my military history, there was a conflict in between another individual of higher rank, but it came down to a matter of prejudice. And there was hard because we were in disagreement. One of the crux behind all of it was simply one of my coworkers, as you would say, said some things that were out of line. But it also, at the same time, he was inebriated. So his behavior definitely was not in line with military standards at the time. But the other one took offense. And so we ended up having to take that to the superiors. And my chain of command also voiced their concern that this is not the right way to handle a situation, but we were overridden. Because I knew the individual very well, actually both individuals very well, and I didn't feel that just simply taking offense and acting upon that was the right decision. Although we did come to an amicable agreement afterwards, and we chose not necessarily to cross paths, but it did create conflict, but not to the point that it affected our work environment. And so it did take some behind the scenes. I wouldn't say behind the scenes. It took an opportunity to have further discussions, to say that we may have jumped ahead to what occurred, and my coworker ended up at having to suffer the consequences. But it could have been done and probably held in a different manner had we taken care of it at a lower level.
Thank you.
Describe what you would expect the new time commitment to be for this role.
That I'm not necessarily sure the time commitment, but I believe that if you make yourself available, if not so much as to box it in as a 9 to 5, but make yourself available knowing that there are moments and there are times that you're probably going to be available in the evenings and times outside of what a normal workday would be. And if those are things that create conflict, then this is not, it wouldn't be a situation that would be fair, because now you're taking away from what the people are asking of you. So I think that within that, if the frame of mind is not just treat it as a 9 to 5, but understand that you're available, and as long as you are available and you make it known that people should be comfortable with that, you're not making yourself restrictive.
Thank you.
Okay, well, again, thank you for being here. As an elected official, what would integrity mean to you? Or what does it mean to you?
Integrity is what I think should be defined by your character. Integrity means you're able to make decisions and choices even in tough situations. But you stick to your word, and you're also doing so knowing that you hold to your convictions. You have integrity to make sure that you're doing what is right or doing the right thing at the right time, and that you're unafraid to even say no if it warrants. It's not about saying yes all the time. Sometimes no is actually the best answer.
Thank you.
If selected, who would you have the authority to hire and fire?
That I'm not fully familiar with as a council member, but I'm sure that there are ways to have that, find that information.
Okay, thank you.
Would you like to make a closing statement?
At this point, no, I just thank you that I have the opportunity to stand before you as a candidate.
Okay. Well, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Cal.
Thank you.
Dan Oakes. Probably break at this next one. We're taking about 25 minutes. I said we'll probably break on this next one.
Hello, gentlemen.
Good.
to be here.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Minutes before 12.
Yeah, we're still 5 minutes.
Mr. Oakes. Good. So we're going to ask you a series of questions.
Sure.
And then at the end, we'll allow you for kind of a closing statement.
Okay.
We'll go ahead and get started here. Where do you anticipate your revenues coming from when you start this new town?
Well, that's a great question. Tax revenue, property taxes, sales taxes are the basics, I think. I think that would be the beginning, and we'd have to cooperate with the county on what that looks like in a transition. And maybe there's regulations about how transitions occur that we'll be educated about, but I'm eager to be educated and work cooperatively with the county in a transition for that.
Okay.
Dan, thanks for being here. Appreciate you taking the time. Knowing that the revenues are going to be limited to begin with, how would you go about prioritizing the expenditures as a city?
Well, I think you have to have a vision in order to know what to prioritize at the beginning. I think we should talk, the new council and their support people that they hire would have to talk about maybe a 20-year vision, and that will orient us to what we do in the beginning with the limited budget and a transition, having to focus on infrastructure and make long-term plans for safety, and but you'll have some bigger plans in the future that you want to seed for in the beginning. But mostly infrastructure, make sure roads are safe, and make sure that utilities are available, and make sure that people have opportunities to raise their families in safe places, making sure our growth doesn't outpace that infrastructure. So I think that's the initial process, and we'll work with the county on other things like fire and police and transition, and make timelines based on projection of revenues and when those transitions can happen.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Please describe how your experience, your career, civic activities, volunteering, et cetera, make you the best qualified to serve on the inaugural council.
Well, I don't know that my qualifications are what makes me best qualified, although I think they're relevant. What makes me that is that I am a true blue Santan Valley resident. We've been here 20 years. We raised our kids here. I own 2 homes and land here. I'm going to build another home in Santan Valley, and we're invested in making Santan Valley a place that people are proud to live. My experience, though, I started in leadership in high school, but I've grown companies and worked in both my professional life and in an ecclesiastical volunteer capacity to build consensus, to manage large populations and groups, and to build an opportunity for people to collaborate together and to have a sense of community in where they live and how they live. I'll give you an example. Can I give you an example? When we moved out here in 2004, we moved into Castlegate. We just loved that we get a good house for a good price back then. And it became clear that we went to church with people who had lived here for a long time in acreage. They didn't like subdivisions coming out here. They didn't move out here to be surrounded. And it required relationship building and respect. And I don't know what our horse per capita is in Santan Valley, but I'll bet it's pretty high. So as we grow, we want to both provide new opportunities, but want to respect those that have been here for so long and appreciate the rural atmosphere. And we don't want developers to come in and just buy every little drop of land and crowd all of them out. We want to make space for those that have always been here and those that want to come.
So what do you do on a day-to-day basis? And since you're the boss, you can obviously get away during the day if needed.
Yeah, I work 3 days a week of the 5, and I can move that schedule. And so I thought it was a good opportunity to provide some service and to love my community and try to help. We are expanding. We're buying an office in North Mesa, and we've been looking to put one in Queen Creek or Santan Valley. But I have the availability and the time to serve in that capacity. I still see clients. I'm a mental health practitioner and own my practice. We have 13 therapists, and I've been growing that since 2007. And we're proud of that entity that we built and love to serve our community in those capacities. And this is another opportunity to do that. I was the stake president of a large church congregation here that included 11 at the beginning and split as growth came. And so we know something about the area and the community, and we want communities to have access to churches, community centers, parks, and we want to be able to make it a family-friendly place for people to live.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for being here. What would you set for your goals and expectations for the immediate needs in the next 6 to 8 months for the city or for the town?
Well, the immediate needs are going to be, we're going to have to hire a lot of people at the beginning. We'll have to select a mayor and county attorney and clerk and support people. We'll have to make decisions about fire and police, we'll have to establish a budget, and both a short-term budget and a long-term budget. I think that those will provide a parallel path for the direction we need to go. And I don't know everything about municipalities and how they function, and I'm eager to be supportive and to help and to learn and to grow.
Okay, thank you.
What makes for good government, management, and direction?
Well, that's great. I think good government management and direction is try to take make governing less and service more, service leadership in that capacity, rather than ego leadership or getting lost in the political side of things. And if we focus on servant leadership, there's an old Greek story about these old men that would plant trees for the shade they knew they would never enjoy. And that's what I think about. I think about my kids and grandkids that will live and grow up in Santan Valley. And our job is to govern in a way that brings consensus and strength in that governance, that the community members feel like we serve them. It's not our job to justify what we do to the community. It's our job to respond to the community and to take care of their needs and to listen carefully and to negotiate competing needs. I think that's where some of my skills come in most. I'm good at building consensus and seeing conflict and helping people find the common values that may drive the same conflicting path that they're on. And as we help them find that, politics sometimes is like bad marriages or hard marriages, and I deal with that every day and help couples find their way to consensus and understanding. And when I hear political parties argue, I'll tell my wife often they sound just like a bad marriage, the way they point fingers and blame. But usually down underneath the conflicts are similar values and beliefs. They're trying to create a common goal, and they're conflicted in their ability to communicate about it or to cooperate effectively. That's the role of good governance, is to help the people in community cooperate in their needs and help them get them met.
Thank you.
Yeah, you bet.
How do you plan on communicating with the residents of this newly formed town of close to 100,000 people?
Boy, that's a great question. We will have to make a generational shift. I think we have to do more social media. That's where everybody gets their information. Some people like to read, but fewer and fewer every day. And we have a public relations division, and you can make town announcements into little memes, and I think some of the supervisors do that already a little bit, I think, but along with its official communication patterns through newspapers, news bulletins, websites, I think we have to do more social media involvement so that people hear quickly, because that's where people are at. They're on their phones, and that's where they get their news now. They're not staying up till 11 o'clock to watch the news like we all used to when we were younger. They just get it on their phone as they go.
Okay, thank you.
With all the work and everything that's going to need to be done, there's going to be probably some collaboration between different entities that are already in existence, for instance, the Pinal County and other municipalities. How would you go about doing that?
Well, I think we have to be humble enough to know that gentlemen like you and others that you work with have been doing this well. I want to say thank you for when we moved out here. It was a little rough. I remember that first Ironwood was so dangerous. Do you remember? One of the first things I had to do. I was a bishop, and a young married couple had moved in, and the husband was one of the first fatalities on Ironwood. He got a flat tire and rolled off that. I remember when there was no shoulder and passed away, and I had to visit them. So we've come so far, and there's so many people have laid the groundwork for what Santan Valley has already become. The incorporation effort failed once, and so I think we reach to people who already have a common interest in our success. They want us to be able to have a thriving community, and we have to respect that work and what they've done and build upon it. And we got to be humble enough not to think, well, this is ours now. We want to collaborate in every way possible with the entities from the state and the lands that are in our area that are state-owned and that they'll sell, with the county and with zoning. And we will gladly be counseled by you.
Okay, thank you. And to kind of go along with that is, second part of the question is, can you give an example or share an example of a time whenever you were successful and worked through a conflict in your work or just in the community as a whole?
Sure. I think I spent 20 years in community behavioral health and worked with an organization that it was called Prehab at the time. It's called A New Leaf now. When it ended, I was their clinical director. But we had a great deal of growth, and we did government contracts and provided mental health care in those government contracts. And sometimes we were in some really difficult negotiating positions with those contracts and what they would expect us to do and what they were actually willing to pay us to do. And sometimes when there's big differences, especially between a contractor or a provider and a government entity, you have to take the time to spell out what's actually happening on the ground. And especially when public monies are managed by private entities in contract negotiations. I remember specifically we had a shortfall. They provided what they called capped rates for amount of service we could provide, but then would expect a level of proficiency that went way beyond that cap rate. We had to include people from the state who had hired this managed care company to manage those dollars. And so sometimes you have to go to the source and explain that. And we do it with respect. We understood that that company was trying to make money, and they were trying to be efficient according to the contract that they had. So we had to align our good intentions. We wanted to provide good service. The insurance company who managed the state money wanted to be efficient for their contract, and the state needed those children that had mental health issues served. And when we could get in the room and align our good intentions, we could cooperate.
Thank you.
Yeah, you bet.
Describe what you expect the time commitment to be for this role.
Wow, I really hope to be educated on that. I think I'm prepared to give my free time. I've done that my whole life. I would work and give my free time to my family and to the Lord. And I see government service as a sacred calling. It is the opportunity to serve others. So I'm willing to give my free time. I have to work 3 days a week, and I can shrink that to 5 mornings a week, or I can have some flexibility, but I'm willing to give some that free time.
Thanks.
Yeah, you bet.
Microphone on, thank you. So serving as an elected official, what does integrity mean to you?
Well, that's really everything. Sometimes integrity is more simple, right? We have to forget about ego and remember what we're actually asked to do. And if we go back and look at our charter, our directives, and don't do more, sometimes we get lost. Our integrity gets lost because we're trying to build a kingdom unto ourselves. We want to be known for getting this project done and stamping our name on it. But integrity requires us to share the progress, to be open and honest about those things. I do think it's critical that we don't have conflicting interests involved. I am unaware to what extent a city council might get lobbied by those who want to spend money and receive tax money or special advantages. I've never experienced that. I only hear the horror stories of some of that. But I'm sure there's a positive version of that. But it's critical that we remember who we represent. We don't represent those entities to the city or our town. We represent the town and the people in it to them. And that's our greatest responsibility, is to remember who we represent.
Thank you.
If selected, who would you have the authority to hire and fire?
Well, I think the inaugural council will appoint a mayor. I don't know if they have the ability to fire a mayor. I'm not sure, but either contract or hire police and fire, a county attorney for sure, which will be critical. And we're going to want somebody who has a similar vested interest, that has lots of experience in municipal law, somebody that we think we can trust and support us, as we're just normal folk trying to do this good work, and we need good counsel. And a clerk, I assume, that will administrate things for us. So those key things in the beginning. And I think if we can hire well in that capacity, and we can trust the people that we hire, and we can build a working relationship, what a great opportunity we have for the people of Santan Valley.
Thank you. Mm-hmm. That's all the questions. Would you like to make a closing statement?
Oh, I'm not that interested in persuading. I just want you to know that it's an honor to be interviewed. It's an honor to live in Santan Valley. It's an honor to have watched our supervisors work so hard to get us through some difficult things. I probably shouldn't say them out loud, but we got through the Johnson Water thing, which was a fiasco, and we were also worried what would happen. I credit the supervisors for your work there, and for infrastructure that wasn't here in the beginning, that it is now, and I can see that it's going in a good direction. I'm just grateful for those efforts. I would only hope that we could serve as well in that capacity, and that I'm just honored to be considered. That's all.
Okay, well, thank you.
Thank you
for your time.
All right.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
One more? Okay, we're going to do one more. The food's not here, so. Okay. Daren Schnepf.
Some people say Schnepf.
Schnepf. You're lucky I got it that close.
Morning.
Morning, afternoon now.
Afternoon, you're right.
That's all right. So we're going to ask you a series of questions, and when we get through those questions, you have an opportunity to say a few words at the end.
Okay.
We'll give you 3 minutes on an answer. You don't need to use all 3 minutes. So we'll go ahead and get started.
Okay.
Where do you anticipate your revenues coming from with this new town?
Well, on top of outside of state shared revenues, there would be other opportunities that revenues would come from, like sales tax, to garner from, from businesses and stuff like that, that most cities and towns have. It would be
hopefully something that wouldn't happen at property tax, but that property tax can be implemented, but that could be used only for specific things. But I don't think that's something that you generally would want to do. But that would be another generating. I think in the future, another generating revenue is having your own developmental services, such as water and sewer and other things that a town and a municipality would have to grow and be able to benefit from. So those are some of the off the top of my head.
Okay.
Good morning, Daren.
Good morning.
Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Knowing that your revenues are going to be limited to begin with, where do you think, how would you go about prioritizing? Quiet. How would you go about putting priorities on what expenditures need to be addressed and going forward with?
Priorities? Well, first of all, you want to address what you need to do by law, and we need to fund the roads and the police service or whatever contract work that would be with the sheriff department or a police department. Those are two high priorities off the bat that we have to do. With limited funds, yeah, it's going to be thin, but there's going to be the need for a town manager, a clerk, being able to go into agreements with, such as the Pinal County, to help fund or take over the roads, to see that those works are continuing forward. What has been in place right now through the county. Those are really the kind of high priorities for the limited budget you have. If we're talking about the appointed people, there's not going to be anything as far as a pay involved. It would come through the first elected officials. So infrastructure of what you can put in there. I mean, you're going to have to find a place to meet together. There's probably some opportunities there that will come down the road as far as being able to find a place. But you're really going to have to, like you say, prioritize what is important and what is necessary for the community, for the town, for the health and welfare of the community. And off the top of the bat, those are the things that are going to be a high priority for any council to look at, to take care of, to manage, to budget in, and to be fiscally responsible in growing. So those are some of the things that come off the top of my head.
Okay, thanks, Daren.
Please describe how your experience of your career, civic activities, volunteering, et cetera, make you the best qualified to serve on this inaugural council.
Yes, thank you. Currently, I am serving on the Pinal County Planning and Zoning Commission, and that is almost a 5-year process that I've been on. It's been quite a informative and educational process to be able to learn the zoning, the ordinances, the codes, and being able to provide a opinion to you five as far as suggestions of what is the best for a particular project that is coming in. Prior to serving on the Planning and Zoning Commission, I was appointed to the Citizens Advisory Committee, which was quite a interesting annual to go over the major comprehensive plan that the county has. And that was also a very good learning experience for myself. Prior to that, I worked at a water utility company, H2O Incorporated, private utility in this Santan Valley, parts of it in the incorporated area now. Parts of it went into the town of Queen Creek. I served many hats in that company as a manager, as a IT official, coordinating with the field and the office to see that everything was streamlined and worked smoothly. I also did reporting to state agencies such as the CAGRD and the ADEQ, Arizona Department of Environment and Quality, the Arizona Corporation Commission, because we were governed by them, and the Department of Water Resources. And so that was over a decade of work there. I helped grow the company from a small few thousand customer base to over a 10,000 customer base by managing a different variety of activities within the company. And I was able to learn and grow from that process because it had to do with, we had a lot of requirements upon us that we had to serve the public, and we were mandated to do so in a way that we provided the water to them. Or otherwise, we would have every channel news out at us, if not. So I was able to gain a lot of business and administration capabilities there, and deal with a lot of different varieties. Customer service, I was over that, so I dealt with the public a lot. And prior to that, I did some consulting work and was able to provide input and stuff in that capacity to the public. So
Follow up?
Sure.
So your last name's usually associated with Queen Creek. You're
Yes.
not going to be a plant for the competition, are you?
A plant? I don't even know what that means, a plant.
You'll be able to do battle against them if you have to, right?
Whatever the town of Santan Valley requires is what will be provided. Yes, I do have the name that has been associated out in the Queen Creek area for quite some time. Farming family since 1941, or 45, sorry. And that's essentially how the water company came to be, from farming and turning the agricultural wells over to potable wells. But yeah, Mark is my cousin, and I do know him well. And in fact, I just had a family member get married Saturday, so we were at his place. But no, it's about developing good friendships with them, right, and working capacities with our neighboring towns and cities, and resources that we have to help grow the area of Santan Valley that's primed to have a lot of good growth happen. So no, I wouldn't say I'm a plant. I would say that I would work with them diligently if I needed to.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for being here. I think you answered some of this question already, but what would you set for goals and expectations and the immediate needs of the town for the next 6 to 8 months?
Oh, yeah, and I might have mentioned some of them, but yeah, it's immediately, well, for one, you want to procure those state shared revenues. You want to then go into some agreement, either IGA or whatever that would be with Pinal County, if that would be the case, to help overtake the projects of the roads and maintenance of those until the time comes when the town would take that over. The sheriff, police is very important for the welfare of the community, and procuring those agreements to have somebody do that. Town manager is going to be vital. Clerk will be another important position. Legal, can't forget legal. Legal is going to be one of the most important parts of this as we move forward in making decisions and seeking the legal advice there, and making sure that everything is done appropriately. Adopting the plan, general plan. That's going to be one of the first important steps to this whole process. I mean, these are like the first 100 days, if you want to call it, but like you say, 6 to 8 months or whatever. There's a lot of work there until such time that the town can have the means and the ability to take that on themselves, and then make the general plan their own plan, their zoning ordinances that I would imagine will change as the area grows and as they become more self-determining through the election process. So those are some of the most important things I see happening at the beginning.
That's great. Thank you.
What makes for good government management and direction?
Good government and management direction. A general plan is something that helps you stay focused on the goals, the long term, the short term. Listening to the voice of the people, the citizens in the area, helps to make for what is it that the community wants, what is it that they're seeking for in a municipality. Being honest and transparent with them is another important factor. Everything's going to have to be done, before the public with their input in order to have that good direction of where the town wants to be and where we want to go with our long-term vision of what we see Santan Valley being, which is a lot of potential, a lot of greatness in my book, and a lot of opportunity that is out there. So having good people to help guide and direct that is another important factor. So
Thank you.
thank you.
So, how do you plan on communicating with the residents of this newly formed town of almost 100,000 people?
That's a good question. That is a very good question. There is a lot of people. Communication, boy, there's going to be a lot of, we have nothing. There is no website. There is nothing to start off with communication. We're going to have to find a place to meet. And we're going to have to find a place that is transparent to the public, that they can come and they can listen to see what's being transpired with the decisions that are being made. I know there's opportunity out there for that, whether it's with the county or if it's one of our neighbors to have a facility to do that. So there's going to be some of that infrastructure that's going to be needed to be inputted to be able to communicate to the public, because by law we're going to have to, if we have a meeting, it's going to have to be posted, and they're going to have to know this, because that's the transparency and that's the guide and direction that we're going to have. So those things are going to have to be carefully thought about, how that's going to go about. That's where a clerk, and that's where having those experiences there to be able to put that forward to the public, to be able to have them know what is happening, what is coming up, when are we meeting, what is the decisions that are being made. So if you're looking for particulars, I can't give you the particulars at this moment, but there's going to be a lot of them out there that we're going to have to look to focus to get the message out. You got newspapers, you got internet, you got website's going to have to be done. IT's going to, some form will need to be made to be able to help present that to the public.
Okay, thank you.
How do you envision collaborating with the other entities like Pinal County and the other municipalities in the process here?
How? In what format? Like meeting with Pinal County, setting up agreements with them that let's talk and see what does the Santan Valley need that Pinal County can provide in the meantime, but until such point. So those agreements that I talked about earlier are going to be crucial and important. So we're going to have to meet with officials such as yourselves and the staff, that Pinal County, whatever it's going to take. I think in the meantime, we will be needing to use Pinal County services, planning and zoning, and to help this process along in those first 6 to 8 months, the first 100 days, if you want to call it. I think, there's other options around that we need to be a good communicator with, such as Queen Creek, Florence, Coolidge, Apache Junction. They're all around us, right? And so we need to build a relationship with them to help provide this I like to say infancy of a baby, but it's so big. It's already grown that it needs to be fed, right? And so there's a lot there. And so it's going to be so crucial to be able to have those important meetings with, like you say, those local neighboring governments, counties, neighbors, to help us along the way. We're just going to have to meet. We're going to have to communicate. We're going to have to reach out, really. That's the how.
Okay. Kind of a follow-up with that one is, can you give us an explanation or an experience that you've had where you've had to successfully negotiate or work through a problem with somebody or with an entity?
Oh, boy. There's a lot of experiences with the water utility company because we partnered with Queen Creek a lot for water deliveries back and forth. But in the customer service realm, there's always a negotiation there. There's always a open-mindedness of talkness of trying to communicate and relate to the individual or the group of the processes and operations of the company and how it works. I wish I had something more definite on top of my head of a negotiation, but it's sitting down. I was on the prior incorporated effort in 2018, and so there was a lot of meetings that were done that were required. Meeting with town of Queen Creek, and at the time, Gail Barney as the mayor, and then meeting with some developers that we had to get with in order to see where they stood on being incorporated into the town limits. Unfortunately, that didn't work out back then because there was some legislative issues there that required every developer to be included. But for the most part, when we went and spoke with them, I was able to let them see our vision and our future, and why it would be important and something that would benefit them if they were a part of the incorporated effort. So we had to have face-to-face conversations with them. And, in life, there's a lot of issues that come up that you're going to have to work through, both physically, financially, emotionally, and it's using your resources around you that you're going to be able to do that.
Okay.
So,
thank you.
Describe what you expect the time commitment to be for this role.
As much as that is needed. I'm available.
And you seem awful young to be retired.
I look younger than my age.
Okay, that's good.
Well, that came from a very good negotiated deal with the town of Queen Creek for the purchase of the water utility.
Right, cool.
I've been fortunate.
All right, thank you.
But I have the desire to work, and I want to work.
Not like one of my friends used Grecian formula. You actually have black hair.
Natural hair.
Okay, good.
Correct.
Just checking. Okay, good.
It is. I'm not going to say the eyebrows aren't.
So when serving as an elected official, what does integrity mean to you?
Oh, being honest and true, and being forthright, and being as transparent as you can to the individual that you're dealing with and working with. There's no need to present yourself in a way that isn't you. Be you. And most times I find that if you're just yourself, people are going to love you or not like you. But you need to be true to yourself. And that's integrity. Just an honest in your dealings with whoever you're dealing with in this life.
Thank you.
If elected, what authority would you have to be hiring or firing of staff?
Would we have staff at the beginning? I don't know, but we would have what authority? I think it would be a collective town council, not one person, but there needed to be obviously a mayor and a vice mayor put in place. But the authority would, you're the town council. You want to make sure that the staff, the people that are representing the community are doing what they're supposed to be doing. and doing it in a right and appropriate way that is following the laws and the ordinances that are required of them. So that's where I would have a town manager that would be able to help in those departments. You need an HR department if you're going to have staff, right? If you're going to have employees. And that's going to be another crucial future department of the town. And so at the beginning, yes, the town council is going to get together, and they're going to have the ability to look into, like I said before, those town manager, clerk, who are we going to hire as legal, other contract work. And if they're not doing or performing to the level that is required, then I guess you'll look into perhaps somebody else. You have to.
Thank you.
Okay, would you like to offer any closing comments?
Sure. I'm humbled and for this opportunity that has been placed before me. I've lived in the area for quite some time. My family's been out here for a long time. I care about the community I live in. This effort needed to happen quite some time ago. I remember growing up, for the first few years of my life, I lived out here. I was actually in the Santan Valley area, but off of Ocotillo Road, east of Schnepf Road, but I grew up in Chandler. And I remember looking at the news, watching the news, and saying, hey, when are they going to mention Chandler? Because Chandler was nothing, a farming community. And every time Chandler was mentioned, I was like, yes, because the reason why is that's the area that I live in. That's the area that I care about. That's the area that I know. And that's what I want to see Santan Valley. I want to see everyone in this community, in this belt here of Santan Valley, in this incorporated municipality, being proud of the area that they live in and being safe and having the amenities that they require, that this area is so ready for the growth that has come and the economic development that is there. Once that 505 goes in, that's going to open up a lot more opportunities for the area to bring in that economic growth so people cannot have to leave the area, but can stay in the area. They can have a quality of life. They can have a place to work, and they can have the amenities that they require in parks. And I think this is such a great area, and I'm ready to serve. I'm ready to do my part. I know I'm just one person that would be in the mix of 7 if I am so elected. And so there's I think I'm ready to be presented before the community for that. Not too many people are always wanting to be out in the public eye, and I might be one of them, but I'm ready. I've served on that planning and zoning for some time, so I get what it's like to be in front of a group. And some of them like you, and some of them aren't happy with the decisions you make. But you do what you feel and what you know is the right thing for the community, for the growth, because there's going to be one person, and there might be 5 that like it, and 1 that doesn't. So I'm privileged to be here before you. I thank you for your service. I watch you guys, so you're better looking in person, and I'm not trying to butter you up. But thank you for this opportunity to stand before you.
Thanks, Daren.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to take a 30-minute recess for lunch. We'll be back in 30 minutes. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So we have a series of questions we're going to ask you, and then at the end we'll allow a statement if you wish. So we'll go ahead and get started. The first question is, where do you anticipate your revenues coming from for this new town?
Oh, goodness. We're starting out with a good question. Well, I'll be perfectly honest. I mean, other than some of the information that I've looked at this is uncharted territory for me. I've worked in finance. I know municipal finance is far different than what I was used to. So revenues, they're collected through taxes. The revenue flows that would be diverted from, I guess now it's going into the county, that it would be allocated to the new Santan Valley town.
Okay. Mr. Goodman.
Okay. By experience, I know those dollars are very limited.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. With that being said, how would you go about prioritizing how those dollars are going to be spent?
Well, I think, first of all, we would need to determine what those priorities are. What are some of the, decisions I make are based in fact, so really getting data, understanding, what the challenges are currently in Santan Valley, in infrastructure, whatever, and then figuring out, running that up against whatever the budget is or whatever our pool of funds is, that we would need to make the determination at that time what those priorities are and which would be the top priorities versus things that we would need to do later.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Please describe how your experience, career, civic activities, volunteering, etc., make you the best qualified to serve on the inaugural council of Santan Valley.
Okay, so as far as my civic duties, I worked with Wells Fargo for 46 years. So a good part of my career was in small business relationship management, meaning that we supported relationships with our small business customers in the regions where my bankers were. So Arizona was one of the regions. So we would be tasked, or I would be tasked, to ensure that my team not only connected with the community, but that I was also involved in the community either through volunteerism, connecting with the city, town, to ensure that the bank as a whole was meeting the needs of that community through their financial products.
So one of the issues that we've been dealing with that area is just putting apartments and no revenue generators. Queen Creek has the LG plant right south of you. Mm-hmm. Do you feel with your banking experience that you could serve as like an economic development director, kind of interim until, not officially, but mm-hmm. to help to attract business, or were you just a numbers person?
My experience, along with small business, was in infrastructure and technology. So I know that that's a little bit off from what the question that you're asking me. As far as economic development, yes, I would use the skills that I have, in working with small business to develop that and to, basically do what's needed.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Good afternoon, and thanks for being here. What would you set as your goals and expectations and the immediate needs for the town in the first 6 to 8 weeks? 6 to 8 months, actually.
Mm-hmm. So the goals and expectations for me personally, really understanding and just, I know you've seen it on the resume. I've been in Santan Valley for a little over a year. So I'm still getting my feet wet as far as, a lot of things, how it's laid out, still driving around, figuring things out. But then also, just from observation, looking at, and I can only compare it to what I've known, being in Phoenix and Peoria and Chandler. And just, some of the things that I would see is, obviously there is, some challenges with infrastructure, because the town is growing faster than I think we're able to keep up with it. So, but that would warrant more discovery, researching, really understanding, what are some of the other issues that we're having here.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
What makes for good government management and direction?
Could you repeat the question, please?
Sure. What makes for good government, management, and direction?
Okay. I would say that, first, building out the guardrails, knowing the structure that we have to work within. And then also, I think a big part of that, and as a resident of Santan Valley, is getting feedback from the residents, the people that live here. I mean, who else is going to know better what the issues are? And I think it's incumbent upon government to listen, and I know we can't do everything that everyone wants. You're not going to make everyone happy, but really listening to what they're saying and then taking a step back and trying to incorporate that into whatever decisions are made.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
How do you plan on communicating with the residents of this new town of almost 100,000 people?
Well, today just communicating in general through my neighborhood, people that I know out here, the relationships that I'm building, but for the residents in general, I believe that, public forums like this where the residents or the citizens can actually come in and listen to what's happening. I know, social media, not necessarily social media, but, Pinal County has a very nice website where you can go and you can get updated on, what's going on, the meetings that are going on, some of the things that are being considered and decided. I think that is a good channel to go through. Also, the possibility of town halls, listening sessions. I know even within, in the banking industry, we would do that for customers just so we can get a good perspective on, what customers were thinking, what they were feeling, things they liked, things they didn't like. And then, once again, going back to your question, trying to incorporate that feedback into, some of the decisions that are being made.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. How would you go about incorporating or working and collaborating with Pinal County and other neighboring jurisdictions?
Mm-hmm. Well, I can use my prior experience in the fact that I've had to work with multiple groups, both internal and external, to my employer, to Wells Fargo. So it's, the collaboration was key. To get things done, you would need to have outreach. You would need to make sure that you were having good conversations and really understanding what you're trying to solve. So, open lines of communication, being involved, to the extent that I could be involved, and, seeking out help. I think sometimes people are afraid to ask for help, and, really reaching out, figuring out who the stakeholders and who the resources are that you need to have, working relationships with.
Okay. Can you give an example of a time whenever that you were successful in that kind of negotiation on any kind of issues or anything that you've had?
Well, I can give an example. Like I had mentioned, I work with infrastructure, systems, and technology. So I was the in-between, so to speak. So we had the sales team and leadership on one side, and then we had the technology and developers on the other side. So being that person in between where I had to, and I also had experience working on the sales side, so I understood their perspective, and also as well as the technology side. So really, bringing the information forward in a way where we have agreed upon priorities. So, the sales team, always, they thought everything was easy. It just, everything magically happens. We know that doesn't work. So, getting an understanding, a clear understanding also from the technology side, because they had demands as well, how can we make this work? So really coming together and having a mutual understanding and, working together to solve the issue.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Describe what you expect the time commitment to be for this role.
Well, I would expect it would be a lot of time. There's a lot of work. I am officially retired, so I'm willing to commit whatever time is needed.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And thank you for being here again. So serving as an elected official, what does integrity mean to you?
Oh, integrity. My goodness. I tell you, that was one of the key attributes that I looked for when I was hiring within the bank. Integrity to me is doing the right thing, and also, and I know it's maybe a little bit cliche, but really doing the right thing when people aren't looking. So you basically, that's something that you believe, something that you practice every day, and something that you would expect from others.
Okay, thank you.
If selected, who excuse me, would you have the authority to be hiring and firing?
So who would I?
What positions would you be hiring and firing as the elected?
That's a good question. And honestly, I don't know. I would need to understand what my scope of authority would be and those positions that we would be hiring for.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
That's the series of questions. Would you like to make a statement here at the end?
Sure. Those are all hard questions. But thank you. Appreciate it. I think you all have seen the background, my resume, all of that. It's not all inclusive, but basically I've spent 46 years at with the same employer, which is rare. There's a certain degree of loyalty, dedication, and responsibility that I felt, along with enjoying the work. I believe I bring, a unique skill set. I think you've all gathered that. Clearly I don't have some of the qualifications that my fellow candidates have, but what I do have is, my passion and commitment, as well as some of the skill sets, as for qualifications. I worked in an environment where it was constantly changing. If you guys know, financial institutions, the financial service industry has changed considerably just within the last 10 to 15 years. So between mergers, acquisitions, and the ongoing changes, I've had to be really good at change management as well as strategy and planning. And also, along with that planning, the execution piece. Half of my career was in direct customer-facing roles. So I am used to speaking with the public. I am used to building strong relationships with customers. I worked, very well with our small business customers, which I feel are very important and something that I feel that Santan Valley needs to focus on is small business. That's the backbone. And, as well as working with those customers, managing conflict, and having to exercise strong problem-solving skills. So the other half was in strategy, growth planning, execution, and I was able to analyze and understand the framework on a holistic level and create effective strategies to achieve the desired goals. So in closing, first of all, I should have said at the very beginning, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to interview. I am very passionate about Santan. I had no intention of applying for another job. I just retired 2 months ago, but this work is very important, and no matter who you select, There was a lot of great candidates, had good conversations with all of them back there. But again, going back, it's a huge body of work, which I'm sure I don't have to tell you, but it's important, and the residents really care about the future of Santan Valley. So thank you again for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Have a good day.
You too.
Brian Taylor? Tyler? Tyler.
Vince.
Brian. Oh, yeah.
I'm just giving
Vince, yeah.
ETL
Why
a
did I
hard
came up
time.
that day? Well, I know what. I read the name Vince on my computer. That's where it came from. Yeah. So good afternoon.
Hi, how are you doing?
Good. So we're going to ask you a series of questions from the board here, and you're allowed 3 minutes per answer. You certainly don't need to use 3 minutes, and then we'll allow you for kind of a closing statement at the end.
All right.
All right. So the first question is, where do you anticipate your revenues coming from?
Revenue's correct. Right now, I would say, starting off with the state shared revenues, I believe with the corporation committee, we were looking at it's a little over $50 million in revenues from the state shared. Along that, revenue coming from sales tax generated by the local businesses. I think currently Pinal County is, I believe, a 1% sales tax. They'll definitely do an evaluation on that sales tax revenue to see if you can meet current budget constraints and needs of the area. But for right now, I would say the state shared tax revenue and sales tax revenue, along with property tax. But that's kind of untouchable until you can get a public vote. So those would be the three main streams, I believe.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Tyler, for being here.
Thank you.
Or Brian.
Brian, whatever.
I've got a boy named Tyler, so I'm sorry.
Yeah. Everyone tells me I have 3 first names, so I go them all.
Appreciate you. But the question I have, the first question I have is knowing that, and I'm telling you, and you've already spoke to the fact that you know that there's only going to be X amount of dollars that's going to be available for you to budget for. With that being said, it's going to be limited. Where will you prioritize your expenditures?
Essential functions up front. It's going to be essential that the council look at the essential functions of the area, roads, emergency services being top. But we need to initially start a startup budget to look at what are the costs of those essential functions, speak with those groups and find out what kind of budget impact are they going to have. And there's going to be there are some unknowns that I'm sure that I've been part of the committee. I've helped the committee as far as the incorporation, but I'm sure that there's a lot of things that we are unaware of. But up front, we just have to take care of those essential functions, and along with that, we need to start saving for future planning. So we need to be able to have money set aside for projected growth and different opportunities that the community would like to explore.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Please describe how your experience with your career, civic activities, volunteering, et cetera, makes you the best candidate to serve on the inaugural council.
So through most of my life, my adult life, I've been in some kind of service. I started off helping different youth organizations, Boy Scouts, church organizations with youth programs, a lot of service there. I've been a football coach, baseball coach, so I'm always out in my community trying to help improve their lives and bring value to what they do. Kind of the reason that I'm here kind of ties into some of my experience. While I was coaching, football and baseball, it was a challenge to find fields and opportunities for the kids to gather and compete, especially in Little League baseball. There's different criteria that you have to be able to play in your area in order to be part of all-star teams and championships. And I was very actively engaging different churches to see if we can use their facilities, HOA fields. And to be honest with you, it was a hassle. And most people weren't able or didn't want to help out. And it was at that point that I realized that, this area was in dire need of some sort of facilities or opportunities for people to gather or compete or, do civic things. And as I explored those things, I started looking at my experience and how I could help. And my experience, I worked in the water industry in municipalities for a little over 17 years. I started with the city of Chandler, working with them in their utility department, where I oversaw the metering program. There I worked on creating budgets, looking at different grants I can explore, manage different projects about how to improve infrastructure. From there, I brought that experience over to the town of Queen Creek, where I worked there as a liaison for the IT and utilities department. And worked with them as well on creating budgets, working on improving infrastructure, and overall improving policies and procedures of that department. In my current role, I've kind of branched out from municipalities, and now I work as a distributor. I work with all the municipalities throughout Arizona, all the towns, cities, utility departments. Where I go in there, I analyze and review their current infrastructures, and I see where we can find improvements. I work with them on creating policies and procedures for their workforce. And I also work with them at obtaining grants, like the latest one I've been working on is a WIFA grant to help the town acquire money to purchase responsible infrastructure to improve.
So you don't work for the town of Queen Creek?
No, I work now for a distributor called Core Maine. I support towns like Queen Creek, but I stopped. I hadn't updated my resume. That's my apologies. As soon as January is when I changed.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for being here, Mr. Tyler. What would you set for the goals and expectations, the immediate needs for the town in the next, say, 6 months?
I would say lay a foundation for a strong community government. First thing I would do is, we need to become a fiscally responsible, start a balanced budget, and being very transparent. We need to work to ensure the essential functions of the town, roads, emergency services, and other things that, I can't think of currently. We need to have strong governance and accountability. We need to establish clear roles and responsibilities for the council and the staff that works for that council or works with that council. We need to be making sure that we're in compliance with state law. Initially, that first year is going to be a challenging year. So there's a lot of laying groundwork that's necessary. We're not going to get into the fun things like building parks and things like that. We need a structured government. And we also need to look at a plan for growth, because it's an area that's blowing up as far as growth. And a lot of people like to come out there for the affordable housing, but we need to, as a council, start a plan. I know that plan can be, matured and changed as it goes, but we need to have some sort of something set forward that we can work with developers and Arizona State Trust Land, work with them as a council on how we want to improve the community and what direction we want to go. And last goal I would really like is to build a community. Right now, Santan Valley, I'm trying to talk to people, I'm from Santan. Well, where's that? I'm outside of Queen Creek. No one really knows where Santan Valley is outside of Queen Creek. So I really feel that we need to have an identity as a community, through community involvement, getting groups and committees together to find activities to gather together. Different, City of Chandler has the Ostrich Festival. Queen Creek has Boots in the Park. We need to start developing these kind of things so we can come together as a community. We're not just the little stepbrother of Queen Creek that just resides out here in the middle of nowhere. We need to become more of a desirable place where people are proud to be from Santan Valley. So those are the main things I would like to work on within the first year of this council. Just laying a foundation. We need to be fiscally responsible. We need to, engage the public, but we also need to engage the public and build that community at the same time.
Okay. Well, it's not going to be a year.
Well, it's going to be well, the initial one. Before the elected council comes in, is what I mean. Yeah.
Thank you.
What makes for a good government management and direction?
Good government management and direction. I would say I see a lot of, because I visit a lot of towns and municipalities throughout Arizona, I see good government and I see some bad government, unfortunately. Good government that I see is a government that communicates with each other. There's constant communication amongst the council, the staff that works with the council, and the communication that dials down to the residents. Everyone needs to be engaged in this. The council needs to be very responsive to the public because that's who we serve. Transparency. We need to be able, like I said, that communication, that transparency needs to be out there. And I kind of come back to the community engagement. Involve the community through programs, committees. We need to bring them into the council, have them serve in different capacities. So one thing that I see that I think it doesn't help is when I see governments that silo themselves. Different groups just hold on to that role and responsibility and say they take ownership of that and they don't share. So I would try to make sure that government doesn't silo itself. It is very engaging towards one another. And, as we discuss different policies and topics, that there's good, healthy debate. That debate needs to be respectful and understanding that even though it's a debate, we can disagree. We can still get along at the end of it, but we can disagree on that debate. But healthy debate, communication, and transparency I think are some of the keys to good governance. Thank you.
So, how do you plan on communicating with the residents of this new town of almost 100,000 people?
It's not a small area, is it?
No.
Well, we have to look to our neighboring towns and cities and how they do it. We need to establish websites. We need to establish social media. We need to have staff that can manage these things. We need to be able to have a staff, a town government established, a good town manager. But we need these things that we can communicate to the residents of Santan. I think the communication it starts, with good staff. A good, solid town manager that can hire the appropriate people, that can see the vision of the town and convey that to the residents. I look towards, some of the good things that other municipalities have done, and one good town manager I've worked and seen work is like John Cross from Queen Creek. I thought he did an amazing job of growing that town and building that communication. I think it's an excellent model of growth and recent growth. I know it's a little bit different because we're not starting with 5,000, we're starting with 100,000. But we need to be able to have community forums. We need to be able to have a place to meet people to to be able to engage the council, and not only engage the council in front of in a town hall setting, but community events. Come talk to the the new city government, but just be engaged with the community. Be out with the community. Reach out social media. Have official websites to be able to post meeting notes and agendas through your clerks. I thought my time was up. It turned out. But yeah, that's how I would start communicating with the public.
Okay. Thank you. How would you work collaboratively with Pinal County and with the other municipalities or government jurisdictions?
I think it's vital to work, especially with Pinal County, the Board of Supervisors, because you have been managing that area for, I don't know how long, 25 years since, I think Johnson Ranch was started. And so this board has been managing that area. You would know the ins and outs, what, planning and zoning has already been approved, what kind of structure we've tried to build out there. So a strong communication with this board, I think, is essential to knowing how, what plans that you had for the area, and either continuing or engaging the residents to see how we can either improve or continue those plans. Engaging with Florence and Queen Creek, our neighboring towns and cities, I think is vital. They have resources that we can help tap as far as either education, or they can show us different grants that we can apply for financial help with it, covering essential functions. I just think it's good business or good governance to have good working relationships with those that you serve with. You not only serve for the cities, the residents of Santan, but you serve with other communities. We're all in this together as part of Arizona, and we want to be able to make sure the residents of this area receive the things that they want a government to have. They want to be safe. They want to have things to do. They want to have a healthy place to live and grow their families. So looking to other towns such as Florence and Queen Creek and this board, I think, can not only help us in a council, but I think it's vital for us to do that, because honestly, we're going to have 7 people up here that probably have little to no idea how to run a government. So we're going to need all the help we can get.
Okay, thank you. And to kind of go off of that, have you ever had an experience where you were successful in resolving a conflict?
Yeah. Well, I started my career out in collections, but we won't go there. Just today, I was working with a town where I'm helping change their infrastructure and bring them up to date and improving, their policies and procedures and how to do things, and having a meeting, because I'm managing that project. And, we have a contractor on site that's trying to do the work, and I have the utility that is very unpleased with the way that work is going. And, some heated things were said in that meeting, towards the contractor, and, they're not getting along too well. But I was able to, make phone calls afterwards, clear misunderstandings up, and, help the contractor see the vision of that utility, and help the utility understand what the contractor is doing. When it comes to conflict, personally, I'm the type that likes to see all angles of the conflict. I like to explore why everyone's coming from the direction they're coming from before I kind of jump in and make a decision. I like to see a holistic picture of everything that's going on, so I can make a best educated response on how I want to approach it. And try to come with a win-win situation for everyone. And not all the time can you come to a win-win, but you need to go away with a feeling that you've done everything you can to meet the needs of each individual within that conflict. I think it's important that people's voices are heard, even though you might not agree with those comments or what's being said. They need to be heard, and as in all parties need to be heard. And working with them to find sometimes this is a win-win, and sometimes it's not. Sometimes someone has to be the loser in the conflict. And I've had situations where I've had to be someone giving that bad news. I've managed crews for the city of Chandler where I've had to make corrections to staff that have been in conflict with each other, and with customers calling that were very upset with the way we did things. So, but again, yes, I've dealt with conflict. I've dealt with many cases where the customers are either upset, irate, or just don't have a full understanding of what's going on. But it's just important to hear them out, listen, and continually engage them.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Describe what you expect the time commitment to be for this role.
Well, I believe for probably the first 90 days, the time commitment, I would say, is near full time. There's a lot of work to be done. So we have to build a government where one doesn't reside. So I can imagine we're spending 4 to 6 hours, 3 to 4 times a week, meeting as a council, trying to review policies and procedures and establishing a governance, setting bank accounts up, working on a budget. This is a healthy time commitment. I can imagine it could be ranging from 25 to 40 hours a week up front at this point, and maybe more. There's just a lot of work in that first 90 days. And continuing after that, I would imagine probably consistently spending 20 to 30 hours working with that council.
So since you're self-employed, you can get away during daytime hours?
Not self-employed, but yes, I do control my schedule. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Serving as an elected official, what's integrity mean to you?
Well, integrity is everything. I mean, it's what you do when no one's looking, right? You need to know who you are as an elected official because people can pick you apart. If you're wavering on anything, they're going to see it and they're going to come after it. So knowing who you are and what you stand for, and being that person either in front of a committee or in front of a council or in front of your friends, to me that's integrity. You don't change. And if there's a case that you do have to change, I mean, sometimes you change your mind. Policy changes and you evolve. But you need to be able to communicate that as well. But yeah, integrity is, it's your name. People have pride in who they are. I'm a Tyler. People like to say, their family name, their family crest. That's who they are, and I like to attach integrity to that. If you're not standing strong for yourself, for your family, and for those who are around you, I feel like it's a loss. You need to be a sure foundation, structure, a rock to those whom you serve and represent.
Thank you.
Yeah.
If selected, who would you have the authority to hire and fire?
The council would need to hire a town clerk, a town manager. We would also need to either hire an attorney or put one on retainer or contract an attorney out. As far as hiring and firing, I believe that the council can really only hire and fire those individuals. Anybody that the town manager hires underneath them would be the responsibility of that town manager. Staff would be handled under that. But as a council, it would have to come to a vote and agreement on changes to those positions.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Well, thank you. That's the all the questions. Would you like to make a statement here at the end?
Thank you for this opportunity. I've been in municipalities and kind of local government for quite some time. I never really saw myself as somebody who would come up here in front of a board or a committee like this and give my pitch. So I do appreciate your time. I believe my experience working with towns and municipalities, and even my experience now working with towns and municipalities all throughout Arizona, I can see what good governments are and what good government isn't. And I would love the opportunity to serve the residents of Santana Valley, to bring a voice to that public that has been crying for one for quite some time. So again, I appreciate your time, and thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Have a good day. Help me with his last name. Pioske. Pioske. Andrew Pioske will be next.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thanks for having me here.
Well, thanks for attending, and thank you for volunteer, at least for this portion of the decision process. So we're going to ask you a series of questions, and you're entitled to 3 minutes per answer. You certainly don't need to use all 3. You're not required to use all 3 minutes. And then at the end, we'll allow you to kind of make a final statement about your desire to hold this position. So I'll get started with the first question. Where do you anticipate your revenues coming from?
Well, I think one, we know we have shared state funding that we'll be entitled to once we're a city. I do think we're going to have to raise some sort of a local tax that's going to help us be able to fund the different things we need, police, emergency, fire, and also the infrastructure that we need. I think some of that will come from property taxes. I think some of that will come from being able to reach out to the state itself. We know the state does a lot of grants. Queen Creek, in part, got their police department funded in terms of grants from people at the state level and appealing to those sorts of resources. So we know there are resources out there like that, but mostly we're going to have to rely on the taxpayer base that we have here in Santan Valley and the state funding that we know comes from being incorporated as a city now.
Okay, good. Mr. Goodman.
Good morning. Thank you. Or wait. Yeah, I guess we are in afternoon.
It's afternoon.
I'm still on farming hours, so I apologize.
I hear
you. I think you have a clear understanding that the funding mechanisms that we have in place right now, you're going to be limited on the amount of funds that you're going to have available.
Correct.
Could you help us understand a little bit what you think the priorities are going to be and how you're going to go about doing that?
That's a great question. I think our priorities need to, first, we know our town is growing, right? And so our priorities with the funding that we do have available is going to be to help facilitate that development, right? That's going to go into infrastructure, I think, primarily in many ways. We know that with the amount of people we have here, our road systems are going to need to have investment in them, right? We have a lot of developers coming in. They're going to need resources to be able to get water to where it needs to go. Our people are going to need to be able to feel like they have the services that they expect a town to have. So we need to get in place a mayor, somebody who's a town manager who can help manage those things and make sure our money's going to the right places, and make sure we're investing in things that helps our town grow in a sustainable way that, you know, the people of this town can be proud of and feels like it actually is servicing their needs. At the end of the day, whatever tax revenue we have, we're beholden to our base here in Santan Valley, right? Like, we're the stewards of their money, making sure we spend it in a way that best suits what they want from their town going forward. And so for me, that means, you know, when you think about what Santan Valley residents are looking for, they're looking for the infrastructure that makes them feel like their town is building in a sustainable way that keeps the identity of the town. You know, Santan Valley has been a rural town for a long time. They want to still feel like some of that identity is there, while also recognizing the reality that we're developing really quickly, and that infrastructure needs to be there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Please describe how your experience, your career, your civic activities, volunteering, et cetera, makes you the best qualified to be on the inaugural council.
So I've spent my entire career working with people. I grew up in a rural environment. So one of the reasons why we moved to Santan Valley was like this felt kind of like home. Now it's not Minnesota; it's a little bit warmer than that. But like we came out here, and my wife said like this is kind of like you. There's just wide open spaces, and it feels like home. And that's part of why I came here, right? And so along the way, I left like a rural environment, and I moved to Chicago. I saw what development can look like, right? And I worked with kids there, and I worked with disabled adults when I was living in Minnesota and helped run a group home there where I took care of staffing and budgeting and all of those sorts of things. So I'm familiar with the process of trying to get the needs met of people I'm in charge of. And so then after that, I went and became a teacher. And teaching is kind of a passion. It's a passion you have to work with people to try to make your community better, right? And so I've spent the last 13, 14 years of my life dedicated to trying to make the lives better of the kids I work with every day. And that just doesn't include the kids I work with, but also their parents, the families that it might impact, and the kids that aren't even in my classroom, the many people that I interact with every single day. So all of those things to me are very formative about what I bring to the table. Like what I've been doing is community service. One of the reasons why I applied for this position is I want to more formalize what I already do, which is serve the community. Right? I'm serving the community in my classroom and as a teacher, but I want to do that on a broader scale. The same mentality I have towards problem solving and working with others and trying to make just the community I live in a better place. And I wanted to bring that to this council as well. So for me, my experience, I think, leads to I've worked with a lot of different people in a lot of different environments in my life. I have been part of many different kinds of teams that have worked to try to, we opened a new school that I was a part of. I've been part of a disabled adults facility where I was able to manage those things. All of those things have helped inform me that I can do whatever I need to do to help people in whatever environment I'm in. And this seems like an opportunity to do that for an entire town, the town I call home.
Thank you.
So, yes, thank you for being here. So, what would you set for the goals? I mean, you talked a little bit about this, but the goals and expectations and the immediate needs for the next 6 to 8 months in this.
I think number one is to get the town infrastructure in place in terms of a mayor, a city manager, getting some of those nuts and bolts things off the ground early, because we know there's going to be an election next year to try to decide the elected town council. But prior to that, there's so many things that need to happen for our town to just get off on the right foot, right? We need to put that leadership in place that's going to help guide us along with the town council. I think some priorities we have. I know that there are a lot of residents in our town that would like to see fire services and emergency services and police services come into play. That's going to be a difficult thing to do early on, but we can start to set the plans forward for the future and the future town council when they get elected. I think our goal is to set the roadmap of the future of the town. We're the first ones who kind of get to put that imprint down of what we want to see the town look like, not just in the next year or the 10 years. It's kind of like setting those priorities, like you said. So for me, that involves infrastructure. That involves the services our townspeople want as part of their incorporation vote. And that goes with putting in leadership that our people can trust, leadership that's transparent, that's going to treat their tax dollars in a way that makes them supportive of the way it's spent, and making sure that the people that we put in charge are the right people going forward the years to come.
Great. Thank you.
What makes for a good government management and direction?
So I think number one is we have to remember that government serves the people that it is elected to serve, right? And so the number one thing I think any good government body needs is accountability, right? You are elected or chosen or appointed, and your job is to serve the people you are elected to serve. And so that means being accountable to the things they desire. That means being accountable to the decisions you make as a person in that role. So number one, I think, is accountability. Number two is transparency. I think if you're in government, you should be transparent about what you're doing and why you're doing it. Your citizens should not have to guess why it is that you're doing what you're doing. You should be able to lay out your expectations, your goals, and your reasoning for the process you're putting forth in place to reach those goals. So accountability, transparency, I think are the two biggest keys I can think of. But I also just think a government has to work with its people and with itself, right? We're going to be a town council, not a council of one. We're going to be working together. And so cooperation is incredibly important too, right? We have to be able to work with our constituents, with each other, to try to set those goals, to try to keep those goals on track, and be able to achieve them in the way we want to achieve them. All of those things require dedication. They require, again, like I said earlier, accountability and transparency, and they just require people to be professional and wanting and really desiring to see those outcomes come true. Like, I hope anybody I serve with on town council is really dedicated to seeing the goals we set forth come true. That it's not just a government should actually make the things it says it wants to have happen. Otherwise, you're just talking and meeting and wasting taxpayer dollars, right? We should actually be trying to achieve the things we set out to achieve. And so I think another kind of way to see accountability is we need to be accountable that we're doing what we said we were going to do, and we've done everything we could to achieve that.
Okay. So how do you plan on communicating with this, the residents of this new almost 100,000 population?
Yeah, I think we're good. I'm sorry.
Well, just how would you go about that?
It's daunting, right? Because we go all the way up Ironwood, right? I'm in Santana Heights, so I'm on the west side. We go all the way down to Copper Basin on the east side. Like, each of those neighborhoods is kind of distinct, right? And almost it does feel like a town that's kind of been Frankenstein together a little bit. So communicating with them is going to be a challenge. I think there's a couple things. One, we have to embrace that social media is a great way to get messages out. Right? Like, we have to embrace that technology is a wonderful way to bring people together and let them know what's going on. We can do the standard things, newsletters, sending out emails, those sorts of things. But, I mean, I'll speak to my teacher experience here for a second, but when I spam a generic newsletter at my families, they don't tend to respond as well than when they hear something personalized coming from me, right? Social media allows us to be more personable, more direct, and also it opens up the channel for our constituents to talk back to us, right? A newsletter is not a real easy way for a constituent to engage with me and to ask questions and to pose maybe concerns that they have, whereas social media opens that door. You know, I do think having our emails readily available and keeping those lines of communication open with our constituents is important, but we really need to embrace that many people now get their news, get their information from a digital source. So we need to kind of be sending out our feelers in all different directions, and both electronically, standard ways, because we know there's people who kind of get their information from lots of different sources. And then I think we also need to make sure that we are getting that result. Right? Like, we need to periodically make sure that the people we're trying to reach and make sure they're informed are actually hearing us. Maybe we're missing a way that we can communicate with them. So having open dialogue with our constituents that, if there's a different way we should be reaching out to you and communicating, we should be open to that too, because the world is ever changing in terms of the way communication happens. And we just have to be constantly on our toes about how the best way it is that we can have that engagement. Our job, again, is to be their steward, like stewards of their tax dollars. We're their representatives. We're working for them, right? And so they need to have the ability to communicate with us in whatever format that might be.
Okay, thank you.
I don't think I've ever heard it put that it's been Frankenstein together. I think that was perfect. I mean, I think that's going to be my catchphrase from now on. Okay,
I didn't trademark it, so it's all yours.
I'm telling you, that was like, whoa. Okay, 8 years and I've never even come up with that.
Frankenstein Valley has all kinds of Halloween things we could go with.
Exactly,
right?
exactly.
We can roll with that.
With that being said, okay, this Frankenstein effect. Mm-hmm. How would you work collaboratively with the different entities like Pinal County and the other governing agencies to kind of help put some good looks to that?
Yeah, I mean, we're not an island, right? We have to rely on the people around us to, our roads end at somebody else's road, right? Like, we're going to have to work with other people. Collaboration has been a big thing for me. Like, as a teacher, I work in a team with teachers, right? I have to constantly talk to them. I'm constantly collaborating with parents and the students that sit in front of me, right? In order to do that, we have to sit down and have genuine dialogue, know where each other stand, what their values are. So Pinal County has something that they really value, and this is something that we have a disagreement about. We need to sit down and find out where is that disagreement and how can we work around it? Like, these are our partners, and if we want them to be partners, we have to have genuine discussions with them. There has to be willingness to compromise. There has to be willingness to find common ground and things we can do around that. So, like, we should be reaching out and actively communicating with those partners as well, even before there's a situation where we may be in disagreement with one another, right? Like, keeping those relationships open so that the next time we do have a situation where we need to talk to Pinal County or Queen Creek or Florence, that we have people there that trust us and we trust them, and we know that dialogue is going to be in good faith, right? Because a good faith dialogue can yield good faith results, right? And then everybody can find some way to compromise so that they walk away happy with the result. So really, partnerships are about having true, genuine conversations where you're open, you're honest, and you listen, right? And you try to hear and see where the other person's coming from, and you keep those bonds strong. So when there are disagreements, we know it's not antagonistic, that it's because something came up that now we're in disagreement about, not because we have some kind of a rivalry or because we're have some kind of antagonistic relationship with one another. Those bonds should be positive. We should be helping our partners near us just as we should be expecting them to help us when possible.
Okay. And to go along with that, I think, can you think of an experience where there was a conflict that arose in any of your situations that you worked through and was successful working through that problem?
Yeah. So as a teacher in particular, like I often will have parents. Often's probably too strong a word, but I have parents that'll reach out and say, "Hey, I'm not comfortable with what's going on here. I'm not completely sure, if my student's getting exactly what they need or if they're fully understanding what's happening." And what we do is we call those people in and say, we just had a meeting last week where we had a student who was really struggling with some things in school, outside of the classroom, more in like recess situations, things like that. And we called the parents in and we just had to sit down and said, "Okay, what are your concerns? And what can we do to help?" And we looked for suggestions. We came ready with suggestions ourselves, with it, which is, I think, important for any conversation you have with somebody. Like, be solution-oriented. Like, you walk into a meeting and the town of Santan Valley and Pinal County are having a disagreement, you should walk in with some solutions you think might be good for both sides, right? Because it shows a genuine effort to think about where the other person is. So in that meeting we had last week, that's exactly what we did. We came in with a list of suggestions we thought would help. They matched several of the suggestions the parents had, and it became a seamless conversation. Even where there were concerns, there was a genuine thought, or a thought that there was a genuine effort between both sides to find solutions. And at the end of the day, that's what we should want, right? We're in the business of solving problems and making things better for the community we live in.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Describe how much time you expect that this would take.
What exactly are what?
A commitment to do this.
I assumed that because this is new and we're on kind of a clock before the election in May, that this is probably going to be a fairly lengthy time commitment for the next 9 months or so. I assumed it would require multiple meetings, possibly a week or a month. I hope I'm answering the question you're looking for here.
I've sat on councils before with school teachers, and during the day they're not there because they're teaching.
That is a difficult thing. Yes, it is. I'm fortunate in that I have a very supportive team and a very supportive principal. I do know that is a mild concern of mine as well, missing time in the classroom, because at the end of the day, I'm there for my students and they matter to me. And so I do want to be there teaching them. I'm hoping that the town council can meet primarily outside of school hours, but when there are times we have to meet during school hours, like today and like Wednesday, I will make time to do it. Because I'm dedicated. I went through this process. I'm dedicated to doing it. I don't miss school very often, so I don't have a lack of PTO or time available to me. My students trust me and know me, and if I ask them to carry on without me for a little bit, they'll be okay. And I'm not worried about that. I'm committed to doing this, and my family is committed to helping support me doing this, and my colleagues are supportive in helping me do this. If I'm needed, I'll be here.
Thank you.
All right. Well, again, so when serving as the elected official, what does integrity mean to you?
Integrity means that more than anything, I think you let people know where you stand, and you stand there because you are standing for that. I think often politicians, when they stand in front of their constituents, they say what someone else wants them to say or what they think someone else wants to hear. I think integrity is about telling people the truth. Right? Being honest, being straightforward, being able to communicate with them what you feel, what you believe, and why you believe it. And then I think the other element of integrity is backing that up by being that person, right? Not being genuine in front of people, not to just say that to win points with your constituents, but to actually live that, right? You're not only, maybe your position about a development is what it is because you truly believe that, not because the developer, right, is pressuring you in some way. So it's not just the forward-facing, what you tell people and living that. It's also, like I said, it's also living that. It's being that person. So for me, integrity is probably the most important thing we are desperately in need of in our elected officials. We need people that will stand up and be genuine, who they really are, what they really believe. Because then the constituents in our town in Santan Valley can vote to not have them on that council if they don't agree with them, who that person really is, or vote to support them if that what they say is what they agree with. I think when I walk into a voting booth, part of what I consider is this person being honest with me? Is this somebody I can trust? And so I think from my vantage point, if I'm an elected official or an appointed official, I need to be doing that. I need to be the person I project myself to be, that honest person who is saying what they truly believe, so that my constituents know what they're voting for.
Thank you.
If selected, who would you have the authority to hire and fire?
Initially, I know our mayor would be something initially we'd be looking at. Town clerk, town manager. Later, if, and depending on what services we roll out, we're in charge of all public services that get rolled out in the town, right? So along with, in cooperation, the mayor and other people, we'd be looking at any services we employ, whether that's fire, police, we would have some say in that. Who is in charge and why they're in charge and how long they stay in charge. Oh, sorry, my apologies. But mostly, I think initially our primary concern is going to be to get those other leaders in place, the mayor, the town clerk, town manager.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, well, thank you. You're entitled to make a kind of final statement if you'd like.
I appreciate that. I've been living in Santan Valley for 8 years. This is where my family lives, right? I have a wife and 3 kids. We've raised 2 of them their entire life here. This is their home. And I'm standing here in front of you because I would like the home this place that I call home, this place my children call home, I want to make it the best it can possibly be. I want to bring the services and the infrastructure and the options to Santan Valley that we see our neighbors have, that I want my kids to have here in their hometown. I want them to have a hometown they can be proud of. I want to be a part of getting Santan Valley off on the right foot. I think this is an amazing thing. Like, we were talking about how unusual it is that a town of 100,000 people can just spring up out of nowhere on one election, right? And get Frankenstein together. If I'm going to lean into that a little bit, right? So it's amazing, right? And it's also a really unique opportunity. So one, I'm kind of just fascinated with the opportunity to help get this started. But 2, I'm also invested. Like, this is where I live. This is home, right? Like, this is the place I want to help make better. And so if I'm appointed to the town council, my every meeting that I'm here is going to be working with my fellow town council members to set a path forward and that roadmap forward that our people of Santan Valley can be proud of. And I want to be a part of all of the decisions that go into that so that my kids can look at it someday and be like, yeah, my dad was part of setting this on the right track. So I appreciate it. Thank you all for having me here today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Appreciate it.
Chris Maddux? Maddux?
Do I have a Chris Maddux?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Welcome.
Thank you.
So we're going to ask you a series of questions. You're entitled to 3 minutes to answer them. You're not required to use all 3 minutes. And then after we get through a series of questions, will be an opportunity to make a final statement.
Okay.
Okay. So we'll go ahead and get started. First question is, where do you anticipate the revenues coming from for this new town?
There's likely going to be several revenue sources for the town. I know that when we talked about incorporation, there's certain state and federal monies that would go to the incorporated town. Realistically, in order to do any of the work that a lot of people would like done in the town, eventually there's going to have to be some small property tax, maybe even a sales tax, but that's something that would have to be considered very carefully and transparently moving forward. So.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. Gosh dang, I did it again. Man, I need to go to bed tonight, don't I? Gosh. Appreciate you being here. Thank you for applying and looking at this as an important event. But one of my question is, knowing that the revenues are going to be limited, and just in case you didn't know that, they're going to be limited. Where would you prioritize those expenditures, and how would you go about doing it?
Yeah, so I know that a lot of people opposed the incorporation were very concerned about increased taxes. We certainly don't want to be taxed as much as folks in Queen Creek are. But the priorities would be police and fire, the services, and then probably roads. Those would be some of the top priorities for those funds. There's a lot of things that we'd like to do in the future for sure. We don't have any parks. It'd be great to have some nice parks. But we got to make sure we take care of people's health first.
Okay, hey, thank you.
Please describe how your experience with your career, civic activities, volunteering, et cetera, makes you the best qualified to serve on this inaugural town council.
Well, certainly. So I have served since a young man. I served in the military, just like my father and my grandfather before him. So service has been part of our family for many generations. Since then, I have, in my 30 years of IT career, I spent about half of it working in public education. And so working directly with school boards for funding and projects that we want to do. And I did spend quite a bit of time in those board meetings with the boards. I've also, when I was up in Washington State, I sat through a lot of town hall meetings and ran for the town council about 7 or 8 years ago before I moved down to Arizona. So I've actually run for town council before. And that required a lot of working with existing council members and the mayor to really get a grasp of everything that they were doing and what they were trying to do in that town. So it would be very much similar here, though. This is certainly going to be a unique opportunity starting off and building a town from scratch with a lot of folks. And so that...
So you ran for council. I take it you didn't win?
I did not. It was a very close race. On election night, I was 12 votes back, but at the end, I was 200 votes shy.
Was that in the hippie part of Washington or the normal part?
North of Seattle, right next to Everett and the Boeing plant.
Oh, thanks.
You're looking at me. I know. Okay, So what would you set for the goals and expectations and probably the immediate needs of the town for the first, say, 6 or 8 months?
Yeah, the first 6 or 8 months is going to be a very busy time as we try and narrow down what it is exactly that we want to do with the town. So those priorities, like I said earlier, would be focusing on working with the county for contracts with the Sheriff's Department, working with Rural Metro for contracts, so that the basic services for our town are covered. But we'd be looking at, having to get a town charter started. And there's a lot of little details in that whole process that's going to keep us all busy.
Okay, thank you.
Sir.
What makes for a good government management and direction?
Good government management and direction. Transparency. The government needs to also be listening to the community. That would be a big focus. Really, is listening to the community, finding out what people want. We've already heard they don't want a whole lot of taxes. They don't want the taxes to increase. But listening to the county and or listening to the community for how they want the town run.
So, how do you plan on communicating with the residents of this new town of close to 100,000 people? Pretty sprawled out. So, any thoughts on that?
There's certainly many methods of communication through social media, newsletters. There's going to be opportunities for posting signage. But I believe a lot of it will be social media and newsletters. But I'd like to have town halls and have conversations with folks.
Okay.
Oh, I'm up again. I fell asleep. I'm sorry.
It's afternoon.
It's been a long day.
I know. I didn't really. I would like to, I guess, because of all the work and everything that's going to be needed to be done, how would you work collaboratively with Pinal County and the other governing agencies that surround us?
We'd probably have to have a lot of meetings, wouldn't we? We're going to have to sit down and have discussions, both with the county and the other agencies and the 7 individuals that are selected on Wednesday. We've got to all sit down and talk a lot. I prefer public or face-to-face conversations, but however we can communicate on a constant basis.
Okay. To go along with that, have you ever had a conflict in some of your discussions, and what did you do to help successfully navigate through that?
Yeah, so, I've been in IT for 30 years. I've always had, at one point or another, a dissatisfied customer, as it were. And my method is listening, having a discussion with the person, open conversation. What is it that you're feeling that you're not getting across? And so a lot of listening involved, finding out what it is that has got them disagreeing with us, but trying to come to some mutual understanding.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Describe what you expect the time commitment for this role to be.
My second full-time job. There's a lot of work to do and not really a whole lot of time before we start looking at elections for the first elected town council. So I would fully expect it to be many nights and weekends of work, and occasionally taking days off to.
So you do work during the day. It'd be tough for you to make daytime meetings.
I can make some work. I'm here today. I'll be here Wednesday. We can make it work.
All right. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So, when serving as elected official, what does integrity mean to you?
Integrity?
Mm-hmm.
Honesty. So for an elected official, they're elected on promises usually, and keeping those promises, or at least trying to get done what you say that you want to get done, but being honest about any areas where it's going to be a failure. But it's open communication and honesty, just doing the right thing.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
If selected, who would you have the authority to hire and fire?
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
If selected, who would you have the authority to hire and fire?
Who would I have the authority to hire and fire? Me individually, no one.
Council.
The council itself. So I can tell you, I'd have to look at the rules and regulations in it. And for my district where I work, only the board has that authority. So the council would have the only authority to hire and fire anyone.
Okay, thank you.
That's a series of questions. Would you like to make a final statement?
Certainly. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I appreciate your time and considering my application, my candidacy here. I will say that I did spend a good portion of the day sitting with most of these other folks that you have been interviewing throughout the day. And you have 13 fabulous candidates of various backgrounds and various expertise. It may be a difficult decision, but I believe that you're going to pick 7 great people to start this town. And I just sure hope I am one of them.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate you taking the time.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you.
I guess the individual we've been looking for all day, Bryan Hunt. That's the one.
So these folks have been in the overflow room? Is that where they are?
Yeah.
Plenty of seats here.
There's a reason why they're over there.
So they can't hear the questions. And no TV, so they can't hear the questions.
Some of them have been here, haven't they?
No, they just as they've interviewed, they've sat down to listen to the others.
Okay.
Good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon.
So we're going to ask you a series of questions, you're allowed 3 minutes to answer your question, but you're not required to use all 3 minutes. And then at the conclusion of the questions, we'll give you an opportunity to make a kind of a final statement.
Okay.
Okay? So the first question is, where do you anticipate the revenues coming from for this new community, for this new town?
The majority of the revenues, I believe, will be coming from property taxes. There will also be sales taxes, the taxes on fuel. There are a number of different things that come through for revenue, but I believe the majority of it is coming from the property taxes and such. So.
Okay. Mr. Goodman.
Okay. I got him in the hot seat. Bryan, I think you're pretty familiar that and if you're not, you're going to have limited funds in the first while as we start up on this. Could you kind of go through the process of how you're going to prioritize and even come up with the idea of how you're going to spend those expenditures?
Well, I believe, Supervisor Goodman, I appreciate that question. I believe that, because we aren't going to be a corporate or official until July 1st, when we're able to approve a budget at that point, a lot of it will be relying on the county to assist while we're in the transition process. I do believe that from my priorities, the first thing we're going to do is establish a functioning government with the town council, with the mayor, with the vice mayor. We will also be appointing a town manager as well as a town attorney and perhaps a town clerk as well. I believe at that point, it's going to be making sure that we have the proper functions, such as the sheriff or law enforcement. We're going to make sure that we have the proper utilities, make sure whatever the current agreement is that the Pinal County has made with utilities and other folks, entities within that within our town, we want to make sure that we are upholding those contracts and upholding those agreements to make sure that the funds go to where we've already agreed to them or agreed for them. We need to make sure that we're having the proper funds for water and roadways, making sure that the infrastructure is going to be built first, make sure that we have a functioning city, things are prioritized for the needs of the citizens of the city or the town.
Okay. Thank you.
Please describe how your experience with your career, civic activities, volunteering, et cetera, have made you the best qualified candidate for this inaugural town council.
Supervisor Surdy, I appreciate the question. I don't know what the best qualified candidate looks like. I would suppose it would be whatever is needed for the best of Santan Valley. For me, I believe I have good qualifications and good background, good skills. I have been in management positions for many years of my life. I have served 30 plus years in volunteer capacities with my church, with civic duties, with being on councils and within quorums with my church, being able to be part of a larger group, be able to have a say in it. I believe that I have the skills to be able to assess current issues, break them down into what the town needs, and being able to take my skills of problem solving and process improvement to be able to help to establish the functioning government of that town, so that whoever the next town council that comes in July will be able to move it forward to the next step.
Thank you.
Mr. Hunt, thank you for being here. You mentioned some of these in prior questions, but what would you set for goals and expectations for the immediate needs of the town for the next 6 to, say, 8 months?
Yeah, Supervisor McClure, I do believe that first off, having a functioning government is necessary. Been able to establish the mayor, the vice mayor, the town council, plus the key individuals within that town, such as the town attorney, perhaps, or the town attorney, the town manager, but also then making sure that the infrastructure is solid, making sure that we have the right law enforcement, we have the right contracts with utilities, making sure that we have. I think the Pinal County has done a very good job setting up Santan Valley to win, and this inaugural group will be ones to come in and move that to the next phase, move that forward, and continue the work that has been started, but also be able to focus solely on the needs of the individuals within the town and the needs of the town itself.
Okay, thank you.
What makes for good government management and direction?
Good management and direction. Supervisor Vitiello, I appreciate that question. Good management and direction, I believe, comes from a few different qualities. One is having wisdom to understand the complexity and make it easier. Having the wisdom to be able to understand the needs of the people. Having the wisdom to be able to take what needs to be done and understand what needs to be done, but also having the courage to make those hard choices, having the courage to do what's best for the town, not just the short term, but for the long run, being able to set things in place that's going to set a future for our kids and our grandkids and be able to develop a plan. So having that wisdom, having that courage, but also having the strength to move on and continue on even when things are hard, even if there's opposition. If you having that wisdom to know what is the best answer or the best solution, and then being able to execute that regardless of opposition or maybe a vocal minority that perhaps doesn't reflect the full voice of the town.
So, how do you plan on communicating with the residents of this newly formed town of almost 100,000 people?
That sounds like a challenge.
Doesn't it?
Chairman Miller, I appreciate that question. Being able to communicate, I believe that social media is big. Being able to have a lot of social media revenue, or not revenue, avenues to communicate. Having, of course, newsletters, allowing people to sign up for communications. Of course, you have the posting of meetings, being able to get the word out. If people can sign up for a newsletter, they can get the information via email. They can log on to the website. They can check the app, whatever it is that we would need to. But I think social media is going to be a big deal, and being able to spread the word. But I think it would also be good for having regular town meetings, of course, town councils, state of the town, being able to communicate the needs to the people personally and directly, being able to share as best we can. If we need to, I'm just thinking, we're not huge at my house on having solicitors, but I'm thinking about if we needed to go out and talk to an area, talk to people, just boots on the ground, roll your sleeves up, get to work. Let's make sure that people understand and know what's expected and where they can get the information.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Bryan, how would you go about working collaboratively with the various governing agencies that are within this jurisdiction, such as Pinal County, Queen Creek, and other entities themselves?
I think having open, honest communication, having regular meetings. I already have a professional relationship with the mayor of Queen Creek. I've already spoken with her, and on several occasions. I feel like I have a working relationship with the Board of Supervisors, being part of Pinal County at this point. But reaching out, extending an olive branch, being able to say, hey, let's work together. We need to be able to come to agreement, and understanding where the other person is coming from, being able to understand what the county needs, what Queen Creek needs, what Florence needs, what Apache Junction needs, and being able to work together to harmoniously, we'll need things from them and they'll need things from us, and I'm sure that we could, through communication and collaboration, we can work together and we can find a way to do that.
Okay, thank you. Kind of to go along with that, do you have an example of a time when you were successful in helping negotiate or get through any kind of a conflict?
The one that comes to mind was I was working for a company. I was in Idaho, and I was working for a company. It was a multi-billion-dollar company, and they were having an issue. They had multiple offices throughout. So their corporate office was in Illinois, but they had satellite offices in Idaho as well as California. And I was over the Idaho and California. I was a process improvement director over those different, and there was some issues between communication and some issues between processes that the corporate office wanted to implement in those satellite offices, but those satellite departments did not want to comply. They had their own ways. They wanted to do their own thing. And so it was my responsibility to travel to those locations and work with the leadership there. It really helped out to be able to share the why behind it, helping both corporate understand why the satellite offices were doing what they were doing, but also the other way around. And being able to act more as a liaison, but also process improvement. We ultimately were able to come to an agreement and find ways to improve the processes in the satellite offices, and which resulted in, I think, about a 10% increase in productivity, as well as reducing costs of about $200,000 a year in operating expenses because we're able to finally get that alignment.
Okay, thank you.
Describe what you expect the time commitment would be for this role.
Supervisor Sturdy, I believe that the time commitment is whatever is necessary. I would imagine that in a functioning one that's not necessarily in a startup mode, my understanding is the town council may put in 10 to 20 hours a week, being able to attend meetings, be part of groups and committees for that town. But I would imagine that, especially in this type with the inauguration and starting from the ground up, we're going to be putting in a lot more hours. I'm thinking, 20, 30, 40 hours a week, whatever is necessary. It is crucial that we get things in place and started. So my answer is whatever is necessary to get that going.
And I see you work for the county. Do you think you can convince Leo Liu to give you some time to make daytime meetings?
Supervisor Sturdy, I don't go through Mr. Liu for time off. I go through the chain of command that I have. So I understand that hopefully well, let me put it this way. In my checking, there's no conflict of interest from an HR standpoint or policy standpoint, but I still want to make sure I put my full commitment into my full-time job, but also put as much time as I possibly can and commitment fully into the town council position as well.
Thank you.
Mr. Hunt. So serving as an elected official, what does integrity mean to you?
I think integrity, the standard answer a lot of people say is doing the right thing when no one's looking. Yes, I agree with that. I think it can go beyond that. I think it's a personal conviction. It's a personal desire to do what's right for the benefit of others. Not just for the benefit of myself, but I want to do what's right because it's right, but it's also going to benefit others. I think integrity is commonly used, and I would certainly welcome it in this type of a position as well. But I think that growing up, my parents taught me to always be honest and always be truthful, and I think that is part of integrity, building trust in other people so that they support you and are willing to follow you. That is part of integrity. So, I think there's a lot that goes into it, but I think it's just more than just doing the right thing when no one's looking.
Very good. Thank you.
If selected, who would you have the authority to hire and fire?
The town council has the authority to hire or appoint the town manager and the town attorney and perhaps the town clerk, I believe, as well. As far as I know, that's pretty much it. Because it is a council manager type of government, we appoint the town manager who's then responsible for all of the different departments and all of the different people who work there. So the town council would not be over or be able to hire or fire anybody in those other departments.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Well, that's all the questions. If you'd like to make a final statement.
I would, yeah. If you would.
Absolutely.
Okay, appreciate that. I'm asking for your consideration for the inaugural Santan Valley Council. Nearly 9 years ago, my wife and I chose to live in Santan Valley with our 6 children because it felt right. Santan Valley is our home. As a teenager, I was a Boy Scout. I earned the rank of Eagle Scout by demonstrating duty to God and duty to country, as well as planning and participating in community activities and service projects. As an adult, I strive to continue duty to God and duty to country, to helping other people, because serving others is one of the highest callings we can answer. I've been involved in numerous community events and service projects. I have served for more than 30 years in my church. I fly an American flag at my home year-round. Since service has been a center of my life for more than 3 decades, I have volunteered in church service, mentoring youth, assisting those in need, leading community service efforts, and service. Pardon me. My computer just shut off. But serving on multiple councils. Professionally, I've worked in nonprofit, world mentoring, and training adults. I've owned and operated a small business for nearly 20 years. With Lean and Six Sigma Black Belt training, I'm experienced in managing budgets and improving efficiency, including projects with annual savings of over $200,000. In the public sector as Learning and Development Manager for Pinal County, I currently instruct leadership development and strengthening workplace culture. I believe that these experiences have prepared me to help Santan Valley grow on a strong foundation of service, accountability, and fiscal responsibility. I thank the Board of Supervisors for the foundation you've given Santan Valley. Now it's our turn to build on it. My vision is simple. We roll up our sleeves today so that tomorrow our children and grandchildren inherit a town we're proud to call home. That means fiscal responsibility, strong infrastructure, and good long-term jobs right here at home. It means protecting our water, expanding our roads, and investing in parks, family events, and safe places for our youth. It's the chance to build not just a government, but a community, strong, thriving, and united. I'm not seeking for title or status. I am ready and willing to serve my neighbors, to serve my friends, and the people who call Santan Valley home. Here is my commitment to the Board of Supervisors and to the people of Santan Valley. I will show up. I will do the work. I will be prepared, and I will do my duty. I will listen to the citizens with respect and lead with honor, humility, and a deep love for God and country. We're not just building a town, we're building a hometown, a town where people are proud to live, work, and play. And I would appreciate your consideration to serve in the Santan Valley Town Council. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for coming.
Thank you.
All right, everyone, we're at the conclusion of the interviews today. We will reconvene on Wednesday, this coming Wednesday, and there will be a resolution, and then along with, in that process, we will select the 7 people that will serve on the town council. So, and you do not need to attend. Doesn't preclude you from being appointed, but you certainly are welcome to attend. Pardon me? Oh, they do need to attend?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Because they have to have their oath of office and swearing in and everything that day as well.
I completely forgot about that. Yes, you will have to attend to take the oath of office if you are selected. My mistake. Haley, sorry. I told you wrong. So anyway, we'll look forward to Wednesday, and thank you all for attending, ladies and gentlemen, for putting yourself out like that and going through this process. It does mean a lot. So thank you, and have a great day, a great evening, and we'll see you on Wednesday.
Thank you.
Meeting adjourned.